Haya, sawa. A very good morning to you, wherever you are. Welcome to the Nyayo National Stadium on this day one of the Kenya trials for the Olympics in Paris 2027. A very beautiful day, and of course, plenty of action expected. And on the line, of course, we'll be having so much to talk about. But this is the first race of the day as they take the first three-quarter turn. That is the 5,000 meters, which is currently underway. And it's the women's final, and we really expect so much, including very fast times, and we'll be giving you every tidbit of this, and of course bringing you all the action live. 12 competitors in the 5,000 meters, including the world record holder over the distance, Faith Kipyegon, the Commonwealth champion Beatrice Chebet, who recently broke the 10,000 meters record in Prefontaine Classic in America, and she's here trying to see if she can secure a ticket to the Paris 2024 Olympics that they begin on the 26th of July to the 11th of August in Paris, in France. Wherever you are, welcome aboard. Beautiful weather here in Nairobi in the just renovated Nyayo National Stadium, although it's not complete, but for the Olympics it has to happen, because you look at these things, the stars are always excited when they use this Nyayo National Stadium track, and of course we'll be giving you each and every bit of action. And on leading right now is Sailor Busianei, and of course we are talking about the likes of Nelvin Jepkemoi, Agnes Chebet-Ngetich, Caroline Nyaga, Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipyegon, who's racing her second race of the year, and it's all happening here, and we'll be giving you every bit of action courtesy of Athletics Kenya TV, both on Facebook and YouTube, and we'll be live from now till around 4 p.m. bringing you end of day one. But I'll be giving you the lineup shortly. I'm not alone. I'm with Bernard Rotich, one of the best writers when it comes to athletics. He'll be giving us every bit and every tidbit, all the things you need to understand about the 5,000 meters. Bernard, welcome aboard, and of course it's good to be here with you once again.
Thank you so much, Mulemi. It's indeed great to be here at the Mini Olympics. We call it Mini Olympics. And we are glad to see how our athletes will be running today. I can see the weather conditions are very nice. They are good. And we expect even some records here. So it will be a great day today. Seeing like the 5,000 meters women who are doing now they're in the second lap. I think it's a great honor, because if you see the lineup, these are some of the strong athletes that are competing here today. Name them: Sela, Margaret, Beatrice, Agnes, and it's a great lineup. Maybe we can talk about them one by one. Maybe over to you, Mulemi.
Of course, we'll be talking to them about them one by one with 10 laps to go in this one. If you're joining us, remember we are live from the Nyayo National Stadium, bringing you the Kenyan trials for the Olympic Games. Of course, it's not only Kenyans who are taking part in this one. There is the South Sudanese, there are Burundians in this one, but Team Botswana should be coming. And that makes it even better, because the trials for the Olympics here is something special. Many people will be talking so much about this one. And of course, as we give you every bit of action, if you're joining us, this is the 5,000 meters women final, and of course a team of 3 should be selected from this one. And of course, there are favorites in this race, including the likes of Beatrice Chebet, who is the Commonwealth champion over the distance. The world champion over the distance also is in the house, Faith Kipyegon, running her second race of the year, having competed in the Prefontaine Classic. And you look at how well set this field is, you are like, yes, we are ready for action. We are ready to rumble. And of course, we'll be giving you every tidbit as they take the third lap of this 5,000 meters. 9 laps to go. Caroline Nyaga, born in 1993, one of the most experienced athletes in this field. There's Teresia Mudhoni Gateri, Sailor Busianei, who's currently leading the field, born in 1991 with a personal best of 15 minutes, 17.00 seconds. And of course, we have the world record holder, Faith Kipyegon, 14:32.31, registered last year, which was a very great year for the Kenyan queen of track. And of course, the global star, Faith Kipyegon, who tells me she loves Arsenal. She loves watching football, apart from just running.
Yeah, it's indeed good for these athletes to also watch other matches. Well, maybe talking about the 5,000 meters race, I know Kenyans have not done so well this season. We have about 5 Ethiopian athletes who are leading this season. And this is because they ran well during the Hayward, during the Oregon Diamond League in USA. So we have Sige Gebreselama, who is now leading with a 14:18:76. That's the leading athlete this year. And looking at the lineup here today, maybe we shall even have a world leader or close to that, because the best Kenyan here is Beatrice Jebet, who is 6th in that position. And then we have Edna Chebitok, who is 16th in that lineup, and then Caroline Nyaga now comes in as a 22nd athlete. Then we have Margaret Akidor, and then Nelvin Jepkemboy, and then Teresia Mudhoni, who's number 68. Maybe talking about the last event in Olympics, maybe the winners, we had Sifan Hassan. Sifan Hassan took control of the race and won gold, followed by Helen Obiri, then Gudaf Segei. Of course, if you see those athletes, they were very competitive. And going forward, I think because Helen Obiri has moved to marathon, and now we have new stars. Now we have our athletes here. We don't know who will make the team. But what we can say is that we can see a good lineup that is coming up, and we are waiting to see who will make the 1, 2, 3 to the Olympics.
Very strong race there by Sela Busiane, still in the lead as they head towards the sixth lap of this 5,000 meters. If you're joining us, we are live from the Nyayo National Stadium. It wasn't possible, but it was made possible by everyone who made sure that we at least got a glimpse of the Nyayo National Stadium. Whatever is happening here, remember the stadium is under renovations for the upcoming events, including the championships to be held in September in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, of course. But for athletics, it's always number one, because it is the number one sport in the country, by the way. It's no fluke about that, because so many stars have been born from this part of the planet. So many stars are born every day. As you can see right now, that is Busiane leading the way. And, of course, Margaret Chelimo Kipkemoi in second place right now. And it shows you that this is a field that you cannot underrate anyone. Even the world champion and the Commonwealth champion who are in here, they know that this is going to be very, very tough as they head towards the sixth lap of this one.
And of course, talking about Sela is she has a gold medal in 1500. That was during the military games, where she competed at the military games, where she bagged a gold medal in 1500. And it has been good seeing her compete and progress from the middle distance race to the long distance races. And seeing her leading here today, I know the others are maybe planning something, but I know she's a good athlete. I see she ran very well during the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. So we expect her to do well here. Talking about Margaret. Margaret, remember, she was in cross country in Belgrade, where she managed to come in third place. And I'll be happy to see the combination of Beatrice and Margaret, because they were both there in Belgrade. So I don't know who will beat the other, but it's a matter of wait and see.
It's a battle of cards, they say. Margaret still in there. You can also look at the likes of Caroline Nyaga, still hanging there, currently in third place. And that shows you that here, it's all about tactics. And we are halfway in this one. Nobody has already taken, let's say, the responsibility of what to do in this race. And, of course, we are looking at the leading pack right now. Busiane is still leading, just as she did from the start. And now she's still in there. Looking also at Caroline Nyaga in third. And of course, we are talking about Margaret Chelimo Kipkemoi, was in Belgrade, of course, for the World Championships. And you look at what they are doing here, you're like, wow, this is going to be very, very close.
And we also have a foreigner, that is a Ugandan. Ugandans are coming up very well. We have Joy Cheptoyek, who is running here today also. She's also there hanging. She's, I think, about the sixth athlete here. She's hanging. And I think the Ugandans are now taking up athletics very well. And seeing Joy Cheptoyek here, I know she won, by the way, she won the Nationals 10,000 meters race in Ulinzi. And she has been training in E10, and I think she has known what to do right. And I think going forward, the Ugandans are going to do very well in the long distance races. That is what I can tell you. Kenyans should be worried. Those people who are training in E10, Kapsabet, Nandi Hills, and Kericho, Nyahururu, Embu, they should be worried about the Ugandans. Cheptoyek is a very good athlete, and as you can see now, Faith is coming forward, and there is a reaction there. She is now leading. She is now leading with the 4 laps to go. And I think she's now setting the pace. And the others have also reacted. They are now going for the last 4 laps. And the pace has gone up. The race is now getting interesting.
Faith, keep your going, hitting the front for the first time in this one, as we have 4 laps to go, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Faith, keep your going, running her second race of the year. I was talking to her just the other day. She told me she's in great, great shape. For all the doubters, they can see what Faith is capable of doing. Beatrice Chebet hitting second for the first time. This race is slowly taking shape, and you can feel there's going to be adrenaline in this one, Bernard.
Of course, we are almost forgetting the Africa champion, Janet Jemgetich. She's also the Keringet-based athlete. She's also hanging there. I think she's the 5th athlete now. And I think she's also trying her best to get into the Olympics team. And the race is getting interesting. Maybe it's a matter of, as we wait for the 3 laps, the pace is going up indeed. And as you can see, it's really, now the gap is there. We have now, they've separated, athletes have separated. It's getting interesting.
It's getting really, really interesting, and you can see it's now Faith, Beatrice, and Margaret. It's a 1, 2, 3 that Bernard predicted, by the way. And he's also talked about Joy Chepyotek, who did really well at the Ulinzi complex a couple of weeks ago. But now it's all about Faith Kipyegon, Beatrice Chebet, and Margaret Chelimo. 1, 2, 3. It's an affair that we can say that we don't know how it's going to pan out. But Faith Kipyegon is telling Beatrice Chebet, kindly, if you can, please just take the lead for the moment, because we have a few laps to go. It's all about the qualification. It's not about how fast you'll be, but attaining that qualification mark. Because you look at this, I think all of them are well in between within the qualification mark for this one. And of course, it is 14 minutes 52.00 seconds. That's the standard qualification time. But right now, it's all about Faith Kipyegon, Beatrice Chebet, and of course, Margaret Chelimo in a 1, 2, 3 in the 5,000 meters women final. And if you're joining us, of course, this is the Kenya trials for the Olympics that will be happening in Paris from the 26th of July.
Yeah, I think for Faith it is a matter of qualification, because this is her first race this season, and she had to increase her pace so that she can be able to make it to the Olympics. And I think she was looking at the watch, and if you see the qualification mark being 14:52, and with less than 1.5 laps to go, I think she's gonna make it. And of course, Beatrice is hanging there and her back. Beatrice is a good athlete. I remember when she won gold at the World Under-20 in Finland. That is in Tampere. That was her first gold while she was a junior, before going to the cross-country in Denmark, where she also won gold. And it has been a good progress for her. And seeing how she's hanging behind Faith, Faith is now increasing her pace in the last lap. That is about 4 meters gap. And then the third athlete's about 10 meters gap, but that's Margaret Chelimo. It's a good event. And going to the final, over to Mulemi.
And now Faith Kipyegon takes her heels a notch higher. The gear has already shifted. Beatrice Chebet in second, Margaret Chelimo in third. But it's all about the world champion in the 5,000 meters, the world record holder in the 5,000 meters, the Commonwealth champion in the 5,000 meters, and of course, now the 10,000 meters record holder, Beatrice Chebet, currently in second. She looks to be no match to Faith Kipyegon, who looks really rested, looks fresher, looks stronger, looks more focused, and of course, raring to go. It is the Paris Olympics ticket in the line, and there she goes, Faith Kipyegon, right now taking the lead. It's all about looking at the time. 14:52 is the standard qualification time. What time will Faith Kipyegon post? There she comes towards the home stretch. Beatrice Chebet lowering the gear just a little bit, because she knows she's attained the second place. But it's all about Faith Kipyegon coming into the home stretch. She looks fresh. She looks strong. She wants to do a double, by the way. She'll be doing the 1500, but now it is 14:46.30 for Faith Kipyegon, and Beatrice Chebet comes in second, 14:52, and Margaret Chelimo steaming to third. And that is very, very, very composed. That's a very composed race by these two track queens. Of course, I'm talking about the winner, Faith Kipyegon, and of course, I'm talking about Beatrice Chebet. And coming in third, of course, is Margaret Chelimo, with Janet Chepngetich coming in fourth place. We'll be giving you the official timings, but it is what it is. 5,000 meters. Faith Kipyegon taking it home. Of course, she says she wants to do a double out of the Olympics. You look at the reaction time. It's been great. You said she was going to actually make it, and of course, looking at the time, they have both qualified for Paris 2024.
Yeah, indeed, it was a wonderful race, and Mulemi, I'm very happy because if you see around the stadium, you will see former athletes, the legends who are here to witness what is really happening. And I think going forward, I think we need to work and see on how these legends will be able to give these athletes advices on how to compete. And it's a good thing seeing them around. So that race was good. It was good seeing Faith qualify for the event, and now we'll be waiting to see how she'll do it in the 1500 meters. Because as I told you, she had an injury, and this is her first event this year.
Sure, and you look at the beautiful images there of the Nyayo National Stadium as we bring you day one of the Olympic trials. Of course, we'll be listening to what Faith Kipyegon has to say after clinching that ticket to Paris in the 5,000 meters. It's been happening here. 14 minutes, 46 seconds is the time posted by the track queen, Faith Kipyegon, the world champion, and of course the world record holder in the 5,000 meters. Of course, she posted 14 minutes, 32.31 seconds to break that record that was held by Sifan Hassan. And you look at how she's done it today. She's done it in style. She started the first 6 laps just in a bit of relaxed mode, and then she came out blazing in the last 5 laps to claim victory here ahead of Beatrice Chebet, who is the Commonwealth champion. And right now we will be handing you over to Charity, who will be talking to Margaret Chelimo Kipkemboi, who finished third in this race.
Now my training is going on well, and probably I'm going just in speed only, and I hope I will make it, because in 2022 I doubled, and I was number 3 in 10,000 and definitely number 4 in 5,000, so I was not far from the middle also. Yeah.
All the best, and thank you.
That is Margaret Chelimo talking to
Congratulations, Faith, a strong
Charity.
man.
And now we hand it over to Charity to speak to the queen herself, Faith Kipyegon.
I really feel great. As I said yesterday, I'm going to open my season at the trials. And this is exactly what I did, and I really thank God. Now I'm recovering well after getting a small muscle injury and recovering. And yeah, it really takes a lot in my mind, but I'm strong, and I hope going forward to Paris Olympics, I hope for the best.
Will you be doubling up?
At the moment, I don't know. Let's see what will happen tomorrow, because I'm also going to do 15 tomorrow, and then we will see. We will have to go to the drawing board with my coach and see what will happen after tomorrow.
Okay, all the best and congratulations.
That is Faith Kipyegon speaking to Charity on the other side. But of course, we'll be waiting to hear what Beatrice has to say, because she's running home for the first time in the 5,000 meters after a very long time. She was, of course, looking at the possibilities of doing a double, and of course she secured this one, and we'll be looking forward to see and rather listen to what she has to say as, of course, we get ready for the second event of the day. Looking at the timetable, the order of events, it will be the 800-meter semi-final number 1 that will be underway in a bit. But if you're joining us, remember we've just had the 5,000 meters women final where Faith Kipyegon won, and that's Beatrice Chebet.
Because last week 2 weeks ago I was running 10,000 and a world record. So to come and concentrate again with the training, some fatigue, tiredness, it's not easy. But today I thank God because I just managed to run well.
Beatrice, you've been able to run with faith, and now you are a star to be reckoned with. How does it feel? Is it the fatigue, the fright of running with stars? Is it now over? The confidence, is it there?
What I can say is running with champions makes you just to believe in yourself, be confident, and I know running with faith, it's a privilege for me because she is a big champion, and I know everything will go well running together as a team. And now we are going to have a one camp, and I know we will train together and we go for those medals.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
Is Charity speaking
that was
to
Beatrice Chepkoech. She is the
Beatrice
world
Chebet
record
who
holder
came
in the
second
10,000
in the
meter.
5,000
She's
meters
looking forward
semi-final,
to
and
teaming
now we are
up
ready
with Faith
for the
Kipyegon,
800 meters. We'll have
who
two
was also a
semi-finals,
5,000
and
meter world
that's
record.
Nicolas Kebene. He'll be running in lane number 6, and in lane number 7 we'll have Koitalel Kidali, of course, coming here with a personal best time of 1 minute 45.72 seconds. He'll be in bib number 118, and Emmanuel Correa. It's long since we saw Emmanuel Correa.
Yeah, last time he ran, I think it was in Marrakech. That's the time I saw him running, and he was not in good shape. But I think we are waiting to see how it performed today. Maybe was it cards under the table? we are waiting to see how he will perform today. And I can see the lineup is tough for him. We have the likes of Nicolas Kebene. Kebene is a very good athlete. Alex Kimgetich, Cornelius Tuwei, Elias Ngeny. Actually, the lineup is tough, and we want to see how he'll compete. Maybe talking of the lineup, we have Abraham Goat Thone from South Sudan in lane 1, lane 2 Elias Ngeny, lane 3 Cornelius Tuwei, Alex Ngeno Kimgetich, lane 4 Nicolas Kebene, Koitalel Kidali.
And off we go. Oh. Very rarely do you see fall starts in the 800 meters, but that's one. And we talked about Emmanuel Correa. Of course, he continued the tradition in Tokyo 2020 when he burst in the last 100 meters to claim victory in the 800 meters and winning gold, with Ferguson Rotich claiming silver, finishing on the podium for the first time in his career. And that was a great performance from Emmanuel Correa. Ever since he's been dodged with injuries, and we hope that today is the day he tells the world, I'm still the Olympic champion, and I'm ready to take it and fly the Kenyan flag high. But also watch out for the likes of Kebene in lane number 6, Cornelius Tuwei, and of course you've talked about the man from South Sudan, Abraham Gothorn, who's been training in Nairobi.
I think the man from South Sudan is missing. We don't have an athlete in lane 1, so I don't think he's around. But we have Elias Ngeny, Cornelius Tuwei, Alex Kimgetich, Ngeno, Nicolas Kebene, Koitalel Kidali, and Emmanuel Correa. So I think there was a problem with the starter. They are going to check to see what the problem was. Yeah, the world record is being held by David Rudisha. Do you remember? The record is being held by David Rudisha, and I think it might take long to break the record. It will really take long, because it has been there since 2012 when Rudisha ran at the Olympic Games in London, and I think he's still there holding it, and it will take time for that record to be broken. What do you think, Mulemi?
2012 London Olympics under the floodlights at the London Olympic Stadium. That was a great moment for David Rudisha, and I remember very well the way he took out these things, and of course he was the man to watch during the games. And of course you look at how it's been panning out, you're like, yes, it will take time before this happens. And you look at the man for Emmanuel Correa, he's in here, he's the Olympic champion, he knows what it takes to win a championship, and these are the things most of these athletes consider when they take on this one. But of course, we are waiting for the restart of the 800 meters, a race that everyone is eagerly waiting for. And off we go. Nicholas Kebenei, Alexander Ngeno, Kipngetich, Cornelius Tuwei, Elias Ngeny, Koitalel Kidai, Emmanuel Korir, who gets to the final. And as he likes it, Mr. Kebenei running from the front right now. But then look out, Emmanuel Korir, he looks to be in great shape. I hope this carries on.
I told you he might be holding some cards under the table, and seeing him at the front with Kipngetich. You know, by the way, Kipngetich, he ran very well during the under-20 event in Finland. Actually, these people are the people who have transisted very well from the junior category to the senior category. Now leading Kipngetich, he won silver at the event. That time I remember Lekuta won gold, and crossing the line at 53, I think the race is super fast. And seeing Korir still ahead, I told you, well, let's wait and see. But it's now coming to the second position. Let's see.
As they head towards the last 250 of this one. In the lead currently is Colenius Turway, and of course in second position is Nicholas Kebenei. Emmanuel Korir hanging there in third. Of course, you look at this one is going to be very interesting. Alex Ngeno, who's really done in the national trials, is there. Emmanuel Korir seems to be struggling quite a little bit, but then it's a battle of the blues. Who's gonna take it home? Will it be Mr. Nicholas Kebenei? Will it be a Mr. Alex Ngeno, who steams away from the outside? Will he take this one home? It is Alex Ngeno, Kebenei in second, and it is a 1-2-3 that is very close. 146.94 taken by Alex Ngeno Kipngetich. Nicholas Kebenei came in second, and you look at how he performed, you are like, yes, he looks really strong and ready for the finals.
Yeah, indeed. Maybe we need to talk to Emmanuel sometimes and tell us maybe how he has been faring on with an injury. You know, for an athlete to get an injury, it's not an easy task. Being out of competition for about 2 seasons, it's really tough for these athletes. And seeing him even finish the race here today, I think he has done well. Go back to Kipngetich. I think he's coming up very well, and going forward, he's the man to watch. Despite he's somehow short, the others looks like they are taller than him, but he's doing very well. He trains in Kericho under coach Gabriel Kiptanui, and it's really good to see him compete. Now to the second semi-final. I can see Wanyonyi over there. It's good to see Wanyonyi. And we have also in the lineup, we have Kinyamal, we have Festus Legat, we have Kevin Koech, Laban Chepkwony. Let's see how the race will unfold.
And we are ready for semi-final number 2. Of course, there are 3 semi-finals in the 800 meters because of the huge entries and the interest that comes with the Olympics. And everyone wants to go to the Olympics. Of course, in the first semi-final, Alex Kipngetich Ngeno emerging victorious just ahead of Kiplangat Kebenei Nicholas. And now we are into the second semi-final. The South Sudanese is still missing conspicuously, and Collins Ruto, I can't see him in lane number 2. But in lane number 3, we have Wycliffe Kinyamal. We have Emmanuel Wanyonyi in lane number 5, Festus Lagat in lane number 6, Laban Chepkwony and Kelvin Kimutai Koech. This is a very strong lineup. You look at Emmanuel Wanyonyi, a silver medal in Oregon. And of course, is a man we'll be looking forward to. Will he be ready to take over the world and of course emerge victorious out of the Olympics? But first of all, he has to attain qualification, but it starts with this semi-final. But Charity on the other side is talking to Mr. Kebenei just before we get on the track.
Yeah. How your preparation?
My preparation is good. Yeah. So far I'm in good place, in good position, yeah, sure. Yeah.
All the best.
Thank you.
As we're waiting for Kidali, that is the 800 meter semi-finals to finishes. Kwa majina?
Kidali. Kuitatoi.
For the Olympics.
Nimekuwa nikijitayarisha vizuri
For semi-final number 2 and off we go.
Leo ni semis na hope siku ya kesho gold winning mambo itakuwa mazuri. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Wycliffe Kinyamal in bib number 111. He's currently in second, but then that's Emmanuel Wanyonyi in typical fashion, trying to lead from the front. Such an amazing runner, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, but then watch out for the likes of Kinyamal, Festus Lagan, Laban Chepkoech. It's a very strong field, by the way. That is Kevin Kimutai currently in second, Emmanuel Wanyonyi in third, and of course, leading the pack is Laban Chepkoech as they head towards the last lap of this 800 meters. Quite a fast one here. Emmanuel Wanyonyi currently in the lead. Remember, this is an athlete that has won the World Juniors, of course, has a medal in the World Championships, and of course, we'll be looking forward to winning his first global title. And that's a burst of pace from Mr. Laban Chepkoech. He knows what's at stake. He knows what it takes as he takes the 150. He comes, and look at Kinyamal also trying really hard. This is very interesting. What's at stake? A ticket to the final. Emmanuel Wanyonyi is struggling quite a little bit, but then Laban Chepkoech, I told you, he is not taking no prisoners. But then watch out for Wanyonyi. Trip just before the finishing line, but then it's been won by this man, Laban Chepkoech. Now, it will be very interesting to see what's gonna happen here, because Wanyonyi was on the wheels when he was tripped and then just fell just a few meters before the end of this second semi-final, and it is something that will be very interesting to see what happens. I'm sure the track judges, the officials, and everyone involved in this one will be looking at this one keenly. They'll be looking to see if Emmanuel Wanyonyi will be allowed to compete in the finals. But now, it's all about Laban Chepkoech winning the second semi-final, just as Mr. Wanyonyi was preparing to take it from the outside. This will be very interesting. But then the winner of the second semi-final, Laban Chepkoech.
But I think, Bulemi, if you see, the race was good. I hope the officials will consider giving a chance to Wanyonyi, because that's a medal prospect. Getting into the final, I think, will be good for him. But the race was good. Seeing Kinyamal also coming up very well, it was indeed a good race. Now on to the last semi-final. The last semi-final. We have Noah Kibet, Aaron Kemei Cheminingwa, Ferguson Rotich, Kevin Kimtai, and Kevin Kipiego. So we will see how this race will go, and I think it should be fast. Okay.
Kinyamal, long time hunting for the Olympics pass. How is the journey for you?
And afterwards we'll go to the third semi-final.
Nimekuwa nikitrain poa, so niko ready kwa kwenda pale Paris. So I'm just trying to make the team so that I can proceed to Paris. Yeah.
You've already won 2 Commonwealth medals, and now you're going for your Olympics. Approach yako itakuwa gani?
Approach yangu itakuwa kuenda pale na kung'ang'ana so that I can get any medal from there. Yeah.
All the best. That was the 2-time Commonwealth champion, Wycliffe Kinyamal, in his quest for the Paris Olympics team. He's saying that he's going to ensure that he makes it for the team. It was quite unfortunate for Wanyonyi to have tripped and fell during these semis, but we're hoping that we're going to get more exciting in the upcoming race. Over to you, Greg and Rotich on the other side of the studio.
There we go, the third semi-final. Of course, there is another medalist from Tokyo in this one. We're talking about Mr. Ferguson Rotich, who might be competing in his last 800 meters final in the Olympics, if at all he attains the qualification time.
Yeah, it will be interesting. And seeing some of the upcoming athletes like Noah Kibet. You know, Noah Kibet were in the same category with Wanyonyi. And he has been out for a while. He has been in the US. And I don't know his form, how it is right now, but we'll see how he'll run in the second lap, because that is now the race. After the bell goes, now the race starts there. And he looks good. He looks good in the third position right now in blue. That is Noah Kibet. And the race is somehow slower than the other two semis.
As they hit the bell, this is quite slow, not like the previous rounds, and we'll be looking at what the likes of Ferguson Rotich have, because he's one athlete who likes running from the back, but he has very, very blistering pace when it heads to the home stretch.
Yeah, it's true. As you can see, he's just running from behind, and he really surprised even in Tokyo. You remember in Tokyo, he really surprised people. And the race is now unfolding. Now there is a reaction. Everybody's running for himself. There's no group work here. There's no teamwork here. As you can see, the race is now...
As they head towards last 100 meters, look at the competition there. It's really, really great. And you look at that passing pace. We'll be looking at the time, by the way. 1 minute 47.21 seconds, and it is the final semi-final in these 800 meters. There were 3 of them, and of course, right now, we're done with the 800 meters. We'll be looking at who's selected to be in the final that will be run here tomorrow. But then you look at the 3. This was quite a slower semi-final compared to the last 2.
Yeah, it was indeed slow, and we don't know how many athletes will be in the finals. We'll get a chance in the finals in this last semi-final. It was a little bit slow, and as I was telling you, Noah Kibet, I think he came in 3rd place. He has been in the US for some time now, and maybe he needs to rethink and changing his training areas, because I think US has not been that good for him. But we'll wait and see.
As we usher in the 110 meters hurdles, we'll be waiting to see who at least makes it to Team Kenya in this one. We start with the 100 meters hurdles for the women, where we have 4 competitors. We have Gladys Ngure, but then we have interviews also on the other side. Charity, if you're ready, you can take it away.
We also have Harry Kapsanet, we have Loreno Sedu, we have Kisi, and of course we have Nyayo and Kasani undergoing renovation for the football events that are coming in future.
Vile umeona
Thank you, Charity. Looking really sharp there, Charity, today. And she's giving us very, very good interviews, of course, from the interview area. And that is Chemingwa, the winner of this third semi-final of the 800 meters. If you're joining us, the facility looks great as we prepare for the 100 meters hurdles. 4 participants in that one: Gladys Ngure, Veronica Chebet, Rukia Nusra Omulisia, and of course Jane Wangari Chege. Now, 12.77 seconds is the time, standard qualification time for the 100 meters hurdles women. And I'm looking at these times. There is a tall order. Maybe Rukia Nusra Omulisia, if she stands up for this one, she can make it to Paris.
Yeah, it is. The qualification time is super fast. 12:77 for our ladies. It's really tough. Rukia Nusra, she's been coming back slowly, very well. Having run 13:70 is good time for her, but she needs to really work on it. She really needs to work on it. This is the only chance to get to Paris, and she has to do it. She has to add some extra effort so that she can be able to make it. I can see the officials. I don't know what is being done at the finish line, but let's wait and see.
Of course, they'll be looking at maybe something that needs to be rectified before the start of the 100 meters hurdles. Of course, after that, we'll have the 110 meters hurdles to be followed by the 100 meters women semifinals and, of course, the men's semifinals. And looking back at what happened when Emmanuel Wanyonyi, look at that. He was clearly going to take it, but then he tripped himself. Or rather, it is, he was tripped by looking at Collins Kipruto, who tripped Emmanuel Wanyonyi. In most cases, how did this happen? I remember, was it in Tokyo, when the Botswanan, Nigel Amos, was tripped in the semi-final, but was given a bye to run in the final of the 800 meters. Of course, he didn't win a medal on the day, but then you looked at that. Do you feel there's going to be an exception for the world silver medalist, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, in this one? Do you feel that there is chance he might feature in the final?
Yeah, it will be fair to see him featuring in the final, because this is one of the athletes that we depend on. You saw how he started his career with the World Under-20 medal. He did it super well, and I think denying him a chance to get into the finals and show the world that he really deserved that, it will be wrong. But we are waiting for the officials who will decide whether they are going to give him a chance, because actually he was stripped, and if you see the video, I think he was stripped, and let's wait and see, because we are not the officials, of course, but we are waiting to see if he will be in the final list, because we depend on athletes like him. Of course, there are other good athletes, but of course, Wanyonyi also is one of the top leading athletes in the world, and it will be good to see him competing here tomorrow in the finals.
Wanyonyi, former world junior champion in the 800 meters, and of course, looking at his first Olympics, that will be something that everyone will be talking about. But if we could just look at what happened once again in that race, he was 5th by the time I was there. I'm looking at if our director can give us that clip once again, where we had Emmanuel Wanyonyi tripped just before the finishing line. And I'm looking at the possibilities. There are exceptions, of course. But you look at the selection criteria, of course. There we go. There he comes from the outside, and then is there a case of infringement? Who might be held culpable here?
Well, if you look at the fourth athlete, he looks like he had they had yeah, I think someone I think the other guy touched his leg, and that's how he managed to trip him. We are talking about what is his name again? Well. That is, I think, Collins Kipruto, yes. I think Collins Kipruto had touched him on his leg, and I think that is where the problems. I wish we could have a front camera so that we could see it clearly. But talking about Wanyonyi has been doing well. He trains in Kapsabet under the 2 running club. That is led by Claudio Beraldelli, the Italian, and he was really talking about going to the Olympics, the first time in his life, the first Olympics in his career, and I think given a chance, he'll be able to deliver. We'll bring home a medal. So we are waiting to see if he will indeed run tomorrow. As you can see, that is the athlete. Yeah, you see, I think he even tried to greet him, and you can see they are now talking. I think there was a problem there. I think he tripped him. So I don't know. We don't know. Let's wait.
A very remorseful Collins Kipruto there after, of course, tripping. Emmanuel Wanyonyi was well clear ahead of him as they headed towards the last meters of this race that was won by Laban Chepkwony. And you look at how it was. I'm still looking at how disappointed Emmanuel Wanyonyi was. He knew that he had a chance, let's say, to finish second behind Laban Chepkwony, whom I can say was clear and was already going to take this away, the 800-meter semifinal. And then we talked about Mr. Emmanuel Korir, the 2 Emmanuels with mixed fortunes today. One finishing second last in this semifinal, and the other Emmanuel being tripped just before the finishing line in the second semifinal. Emmanuel Korir, we've talked about him. He's been injured. He's the current Olympic champion. It seems that Paris will not be his place this summer.
Yeah, it wasn't a day for the Emmanuels today. But I think for Kenya, we have to do all possible things to make sure we retain the title, because Emmanuel brought it home very nicely. People didn't expect it. But having seen Emmanuel running that way and then going to Oregon and winning also a world championships title, it was really sweet for him. And it's unfortunate that he's injured, and it has taken a long time. And for an athlete maybe to be out, as I said earlier, to be out for a whole season or 2 seasons, it's really tough. It's really tough for him. And moving forward, I think maybe he's recovering slowly. We hope by next year he'll be able to run at the World Championships in Tokyo. He'll also be going back to Tokyo, and where he won an Olympic title. So let's hope for the best for him. And for Emmanuel, I think, I hope he's okay after falling down. I hope he's fine, and we are looking forward. Maybe he'll make it to the finals tomorrow.
Of course, Emmanuel Korir out, maybe. And of course, we are looking at the 2 Emmanuels, one tripping and falling down, and the other one not finishing well in his heat of the 800 meters. But you're looking at the prospects. Maybe if also we could get a glimpse of the first semi-final, where Emmanuel Korir started really well, but towards the end, he just fizzled out with the likes of Alex Nyayo keeping a teach. This man just misses a global medal.
Kipngetich has been doing well, and maybe this is his season. He's going to run for the first time, I think, in Olympics. And of course, the wife also is an athlete. She runs 1,500 meters. Unfortunately, I don't think she'll be competing here for the trials, but she's a Japan-based athlete. So seeing him coming up very well is a nice thing, and I'm very much sure Gabriel is very happy wherever he is in Kericho. I don't know if he's in here today, but he trains in Kericho. He has good athletes. By the way, Gabriel has some records under him. We can also include the Chebet's one under him, because he's the one who has been handling him until early this year when Chebet changed the coach. So I think we have to give these athletes a chance. We are going back to 800 meters. We need to give Emmanuel a chance so that we can see what he has been preparing for. Remember, athletes suspended Diamond Leagues, I think 2 to 3 Diamond Leagues, so that they can be able to prepare for the Olympic trials. And then preparing for the Olympic trials, and then you come and fall 50 meters to the finish line. It's really devastating. And we are still hoping that he will be able to make it to the finals tomorrow.
Yes, and we're just digesting the 800 meters. There's 3 semifinals, and of course the third semifinal was rather slow, and I don't know if we could get it again. I think it was won by Aaron Kemeche Miningwa. This athlete who came in the race with a time of 1 minute 43.55 seconds will be getting to look at that in a bit. And of course, we are talking about the first final. The first race of the day was the 5,000 meters final. I know this really excited you. 2 world record holders. One in the 10,000 meters. She tried it for the first time. She wasn't sure. She wasn't really going for the record. She knew that she was trying to go. And we're back to the Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Look at Kebene is already off. And not Kebene really, but Chepkwony was already off. And there we go. Emmanuel Wanyonyi tripping. And I know he's looking at that, but then look at how well controlled Chepkwony was running to the finishing line just ahead of Wycliffe Kinyamal. We've not talked about Kinyamal yet again, but you look at Kinyamal, he's one athlete that has not really lived up to his potential. Is his strength in the 800 or the 1500 meters?
His strength is in the 800 meters. Actually, Kinyamal trains in Kaptagat with Faith. They're in the same management, that is Global Sports Communication. And Kinyamal also, if you see, he has been consistent in running. And you remember he's the first athlete to win back-to-back the Commonwealth Games. He won in 2018 and again in 2022. And I think he's now targeting to get a world title. And that is why you see he's that consistent, and I think he's working on his, the last 50 meters for him, 70 to 50 meters. That's what he's working on, because he's always good on he has strength on the other all meters, and except the 70 meters. And given a chance, he can run it. He can run away with it. But of course, the world is also preparing. We have other top athletes in the world who are really working hard so that they can be able to take the title away from the Kenyans. Remember, we have the title through Emmanuel Korir. And I wanted to touch on something, Mulemi, about I have seen the National Olympics Committee of Kenya officials. They are just walking around here. They want to see how these athletes are being selected so that they can be handed over to them. You remember, the Federation Athletics Kenya is picking the athletes so that they can be able to hand over to the mother. That is a NOC, National Olympics Committee of Kenya, so that they can be able to proceed to the Olympics in Paris. As we talk about Paris, you've seen there is a small Paris Tower. Just in front of the dais. So actually this is a mini Olympics. And I wonder with Kenyans, because if you see the terraces are empty, they should have come to cheer these guys. They should just stop watching online or watching them on TV. Just come to the stadium. Only 2 days. This is a mini Olympics. You'll never see this again. And it will be good for you to see them live. See Faith competing live here. It will be good for us Kenyans. So Kenyans, you should always, tomorrow I'm welcoming them. Maybe tomorrow, maybe today is a working day, but tomorrow being a Saturday, maybe they will be here to watch the finals that will be happening tomorrow.
Look at the way these top athletes have turned out for this one. You know that this is a very great event. And it happens only once in 4 years, the trials for the Paris Olympics. Remember, the last Olympics, but it was so unfortunate not to have fans in the stadium because of the COVID-19 restrictions, which I can say gladly we went through that phase, and it was really nice. But right now, for the first time in 4 years, we'll have fans back in the stadium in Paris watching their global stars battle out for Olympic top honors. beautiful, beautiful images there of fans who have thronged the Nyayo National Stadium to try and spice up the event. 1, 2, 3, of course, the positions, and that is the mini tower of Paris here inside the Nyayo National Stadium, just signaling a few days, just under 2 months to the Paris 2024 Olympics. And look at the beautiful track. I love the scenery as the athletes for the 100 meters hurdles get ready for this one. I'm talking about Rukia Nusra, who comes in with the fastest time in this one. It's all about getting the correct time. If they can qualify all of them, then it will be very, very easy, because I'm looking at the list. Gladys Ngure coming into this one, the time of 14.70 seconds. Veronica Chebet, another brilliant and experienced hurdler here, 14.61. Rukia Nusra Omulisia for 13.70, and Jen Wangari Chege 15.29. There they go towards the starting lineup. The starting lanes. That is Veronica Chebet as they get ready to take their places in this 100 meters women hurdles. There's been a hitch, but it's been sorted out, and we are ready for action here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And if you're joining us, this is day one of the Kenya trials for the Paris 2024 Olympics, and everything is happening super fast. In lane number 4, of course, that will be Veronica Chebet adjusting the blocks, and that is Gladys Ngure. Look at how composed they are. You are like, we are ready for action. We are ready for the 100 meters hurdles. We are ready for Paris 2024 that begins on the 26th of July this year to the 11th of August. And it's all about who attains the qualification times. Remember the 100 meters hurdles for women, 12.77 seconds. At least that is the time they need to post here. Will it happen? Of course, a very beautiful weather here at the Nyayo National Stadium, where we are witnessing a very good races. That is Gladys Ngure just easing the tension a little bit just before the start of the storm. And that is in lane number 4. Lane number 4, that is Veronica Chebet, and of course Rukia Nusra is also in the house, and Jen Wangari Chege. So who attains? Will they qualify? Will they try at least beat the standard qualification time of 12.77 seconds? We are waiting to see. It is the 100 meters women final. Rukia Nusra is the national champion. She's participated in the African Games. She's also participated in the African Championships, and she'll also be in the plane to Douala, Cameroon. And if she doesn't attain the qualification time here, there's one more window for some of these athletes to attain the qualification time for Paris, and it will be happening in Douala at the end of the month.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that they have to give their best here, because if you look at the weather and the conditions are okay, they need to do it. They need to push themselves to the limit. They need to really push themselves to the limit. So going forward, they have that chance. They have that chance to make sure that if they don't qualify, as you say, they have one more chance. And to compete in an Olympics, you need another 4 years. You'll wait for another 4 years. They are starting.
And we are ready to start. We are ready for start in the 100 meters. Gladys Ngure, Veronica Chebet, Rukia Omulisia, and Jen Wangari. 12.77 seconds is the time to beat in this one. And if you're joining us, it is the trials for the Olympics, and this is the 100 meters women hurdles. And off we go nicely and straight along. That is Rukia Nusra Omulusia trying to so hard to ensure that she beats the time. Will she make it to Paris? We are waiting to see. Just about 13.69. She improves on her personal best, but still falls short of Paris 2024. Bernard, this is, she might have improved on the time. It's all unofficial, of course. We'll be confirming in a bit, but then 13.69. She was just way off the rest.
Yeah, indeed, she has improved her time. That is 13.69 by a second. Maybe she really needs to needs to work on her. Of course, she's jumping so well, and she was way ahead. She has now one chance, and she needs to go and back and train so hard, because we have so many athletes who are doing well in the world, and it's getting competitive each and every day. So she really needs to work on her techniques, and it was a good run. She has improved. She has run a personal best here. Maybe she needs to work on her techniques even more better.
As we revisit that race, that straight away you could feel that Rukia was fired up for this one. She took the hurdles and the barriers so nicely. Look at Rukia Nusra, Gladys Ngure from lane number 2 trying so hard, but then in lane number 6 was Jen Wangari Chege, but then look at Rukia Nusra. She was way out of this one. 13.69, just falling short of the standard qualification time. That is 12.7 seconds, and that is the crowd that is thronging the Nyayo National Stadium for this one. And if you're joining us, remember we are bringing you day one of action here live, and of course it's courtesy of Athletics Kenya TV, and of course this happens once every 4 years. But then Rukia Nusra talking to Charity.
Yeah, at least it's fruitful. Yeah. What movie? Sorry about that. What's your future now?
My future plans, just to do a sub 13. That's a 12, so that I can be a pro hurdler. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Full name, come here. And then come closer.
I'm Gladys Ngure. Yep.
Ngure, you've chased behind Rukia. What was on your mind?
I was looking for a personal best. Yeah. I'm not sure. Because I haven't seen the times yet.
What's your future in the hurdles?
My?
What's your future? What's your plan for the future?
And to be one day an Olympian. Yeah.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That is Rukia Nusra, the national champion. She's happy that she's be able to set a new national record and also put a personal best. She's saying that she's going to be working for a sub-13 coming next season. We are wishing her all the best. And now we move forward to the men 110-meter hurdles. Over to you, Greg and Rotich on the other side.
Thank you, Charity. She's been speaking to Gladys Ngure and, of course, Rukia Nusra, the national champion in the 100 meters hurdles. And she's shared her visions. And, of course, we are ready for the 110 meters hurdles, where we have 4 competitors. Emmanuel Kipmutai To. He'll be running in lane number 3. We'll have Gilbert Koech running in lane number 4. We'll have Michael Musioka Nzuku and Benedict Nzima. If you're joining us, remember, it is day one of the trials happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And if you're joining us, shortly we'll have the 110 meters. Afterwards, we'll have the 100 meters semi-final for both men and women. And of course, we'll be looking at what other athletes have to offer in this one. Of course, qualification time for the 100 meters for the Olympics is 10 seconds, 10 flat. And the only man who's already attained that, of course, is Ferdinand Omanyala, but he'll be here to earn his ticket. And remember, some field events are happening at the Kasarani Annex because renovations are going on at the Nyayo National Stadium.
That was the question I wanted to ask you, because the fans will be wondering. There are no field events today, but the renovations are being done at the pitch. As you can see, the pitch is so well. It's green. It's very nice. The grass is good. The stadium is under renovation because of the AFCON event in 2027. But renovation started early enough so that it can be able to host the matches. And well, you are talking about Omanyala competing here today, and I think he decided to do so also because already he has qualified. He decided to do so that he can be able to help push the others so that he can also get a qualification. You don't want to see him only going to the Olympics. Let's have other athletes also joining him for the Olympics. And running with him today, I think, will push some of the athletes to the limit so that they can be able to attain that event, that qualification mark.
Of course, Omanyala having a season best of 9:33. He'll be running in. He'll be looking at Omanyala. He's in the semi-final. He'll be running in this one. Marco Tieno is also trying to see if he can qualify for his second Olympics. Remember, he was in Tokyo just before he was withdrawn from the heats, and he'll be looking forward to attaining that qualification time. And I'm talking about the men's semi-final number 1, where we have from South Sudan, David Yosia Asai, Benson Okot of Uganda, a very, very brilliant sprinter also. Meshak Babu, the national champion in the 100 meters. He'll be running in lane number 4. Marco Tieno in lane number 5. Emmanuel Aboda in lane number 6. Ronald Kiprono in lane number 7. And Richard Ogutu. In semi-final number 2, we'll have Buor Duoth of South Sudan in lane number 1. Simani Regao in lane number 2. Charles Nyamoya in lane number 3. Tyson Omondi Juma. And Hesbon Ochieng, Samuel Chege, Sylvester Simiu, and Edwin Omondi. And in semi-final number 3, we'll have Betson Kahesi Samuel of Tanzania, a Tanzanian competing in the 100 meters for the first time. This will be very, very interesting. Let's wait to see what Betson Kahesi Samuel has. Elkana Sabila will be running in lane number 2. Justin Mogoi Isaboke in lane number 3. Ferdinand Omanyala will be running in semi-final number 3. In lane number 4, Fires Adom of Uganda. In lane number 5, Dennis Nyongesa in lane number 6. Moses Wasike Onyango in lane number 7. And Samuel Obuto in lane number 8. But first of all, we have the 110 meters men hurdles, where we have Emmanuel Kimutai To in lane number 3, Gilbert Koech in lane number 4, Michael Musioka Nzuku in lane number 5, and Benedict Nzima in lane number 6. They are walking to the track and ready for the 110 meters hurdles.
Yeah, maybe talking about the qualification time for the 110 meter adults men, it's 13:27, and if you see the personal best, we still way back 15:30. Edwin Tor, 15:32 for Gilbert Koech, 14:25 Michael Musioka Nzuku, and then 15:98 Benedict Nzima. We are still way back. I think for these athletes, they need to really push. They need to work extra hard. They need that extra hard final push so that they can be able to get the qualification mark. Remember, as I said earlier, Olympics is only 4 years. So for you to make to the Olympics, you have to do it better here today. That is your chance. And if you see the lineup for 100 meters also, as you were talking about the 100 meters, for women, they need to run 11:07. 11:07. And so far, there is no lady who has run that time. The closest is Esther Mbagari, who has run 11:60, and then followed by Eunice Kadogo, 11:80. They need 11:07 so that they can be able to proceed to get a ticket and run at the Olympics. For men, we have Omanyala, who has done 9:98. That is his personal best, 9:98. And I think for men, they need 10:00, 10 seconds, so that they can be able to make to the Olympics. So for the athletes today, they need to really push hard. For sprinters, it's a really bit challenge because it's super fast for them. The qualification times is super fast for them, and they need to work for it. Unlike the long distance races, where we have a lot of athletes qualifying from various events, various races across the world. And for those who haven't qualified, they need to do here today. They need to do it here today. So let's wait and see how this race will unfold. The 110-meter hurdles men. That is, we have 4 athletes: Edwin Tor in lane 3, Gilbert Koech in lane 4, lane 5, Michael Musioka Nzuku, and then lane 6, Benedict Nzima.
Of course, as we get ready for the 110 meters hurdles, and we await for the starts. Edwin Mutaito, Gilbert Koech, Michael Musioka Nzuku, and Benedict Nzima will be competing in that. And remember, they have to beat 13.27 seconds. And if I look at this one, Michael Musioka Nzuku is the man to watch in this one. 14.25 coming into this one. So this is something they'll have to make sure that they do it perfectly and get it right. 13.27 seconds is the time they need in this 110 meters hurdles. And if you're joining us, remember we're live from the Nyayo National Stadium, bringing you day 1 of action in this Kenya in the trials for the Paris 2024 Olympics. Remember, we don't have only Kenyans competing in these ones. We have athletes from Tanzania, South Sudan, Uganda, Botswana, all here ready to compete in this one.
We also have Ugandans. And as I said earlier, Ugandans are really coming up well. And they are now coming, they are doing better in 5,000 and 10,000, and now they are coming to steeplechase. You see, you saw Peruth is a steeplechase champion, Olympic champion, Peruth Chamtai, and she's really doing well. You've seen Cheptoek running here today. She won 10,000 in Ulinzi at the Nationals. So seeing our neighbors here doing well, of course, Kenyans, we should be worried. Okay, let's follow the 110 meters hurdles final.
And that is Gilbert Koech, and that is the fastest man in this field. That is Michael Musioka, and of course Benedict Nzima, 15.98 coming into this one. And we are ready to rumble the 110 meters hurdles final. Remember, they have to make sure that they beat the qualification standard mark time of 13.27 seconds to qualify for the Paris 2024 Olympics that begin in just under 1.5 months' time. 26th July to 11th August. And this is the time to see who makes it to Paris. Edwin in lane number 3, Gilbert in lane number 4, Michael in lane number 5, and Benedict Nzima in lane number 6. .27 is the time needed for this one, but who makes it to this one? And we are ready for this one. And we'll have yet another restart for this one. Seems that someone is going to take an early shower, if at all it was the fault of these hurdlers. But if not, then they'll be given a green card and given a second opportunity to compete in this one. We are looking at who made the false start. Emmanuel in lane number 2. Gilbert in lane number 3. In lane number 4. Nzuku in lane number 5. And he's off. The man from police. Gilbert Koech. The most experienced hurdler in this one. So hard to take, but we'll have 3 athletes competing for this one. Gilbert, wow. It's not easy to take because you had a chance to compete in the Paris Olympics and you were in the final just to be sent packing. So Gilbert Koech can't believe what just happened, but it is what it is. We are ready for the 110 meters hurdles, and it's the final with 3 competitors. Emmanuel Kipmutaito in lane number 3, Michael Musyoka Nzuku in lane number 4, 5. Lane number 4 is empty because Koech is out. And Benedict Nzima in lane number 6, and off they go. And watch out for this young man, Michael Musyoka Nzuku, coming off really smoothly, and he'll be aiming to see if he can break that barrier. What will be the time? 14.49, the unofficial time, of course. He slowed down just towards the end of this one. But, of course, he's claimed victory in this one. 14.25 is his season best. And I think there is room for improvement in the hurdles because you look at this gap. It hasn't been so great over the years, but they are closing it, and we'll be looking forward to see what happens after this, because Michael Musyoka Nzuku has just won it, not really attaining the qualification time. We'll be giving you also the results for this one anytime we get the results, and that's how it went. Look at Michael straight away. But in the 3rd hurdle, rather the 4th hurdle, is where he dropped with the 5th, the 6th. He went ahead to drop 3 hurdles, and of course the last one slowed him quite a little bit, and not a brilliant way of jumping the hurdles, but 14.49 is the time. You can see he wasn't really impressed with everything that happened there. And of course a battery of journalists coming here at the Nyayo National Stadium to witness this spectacle. And we've just witnessed the 110 meters hurdles for men final, and of course the 100 meters hurdles that happened just a few moments ago. And if you're joining us, we'll be giving you quite a few more races in this one. And look at the Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, the crowd streaming in, ready to enjoy this day. And of course, we have interviews on the other side. And Charity, if you're ready, you can take it away.
Yes, Greg, I'm ready. I'm joined here by Nzuku. Nzuku, missed the qualifying mark. How do you feel about it?
Okay, for me, I feel happy, even if I have not attained the qualifying target. I know the reason why I have not gained the target is because of my technique. I have not trained technique for a couple of while because I had some injuries, but now I'm back. I hope I'll be going to qualify tomorrow in 400 hurdles. Yeah.
There is also always, there's next time we also have the World Championships in case the 110 meters don't make it. But what is going to be your plan as we are moving forward?
Okay, for now, I know right now I have speed. So what I'm going to train more now is the technique, because technique is more important in 110 meters hurdles. Yeah, so if I perfect my technique, I know I'm going to qualify.
In the 400 meters hurdles, you've managed to clear all of them?
Yeah, in 400, tomorrow we are doing 400 hurdles, and I'm 100% I'll qualify there. Yeah.
All the best. We hope that you'll be able to join Waismanuere in the team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Nzoku. We have ongoing the shot put men final and which is going on at the Kasarani Annex Stadium. At the Moi International Complex Center at the Kasarani Annex, where the shot put is going on. It could not be done here at the National Stadium because the pitch is being prepared for for football. And so far we also have the high jump men going on. It's about to start as we wait for the 100 meters semi-final one for the women. Over to you, Greg and Rotich on the other side.
Thank you, Charity. It's a small time for entertainment. As I can see, the minister, the CS for sports, Ababu Namwamba, enjoying himself with the traditional dancers here. Athletics Kenya president is also in the mix, and even I'm told even the PS is around there. So it's a great event, seeing our leaders coming to grace this event and cheer up athletes, because they want to see who will make it to Paris, and for those who will not make it, maybe they get an encouragement for them. So seeing the CS and the president Athletics Kenya here dancing, it's a good thing, and we are happy. They are also happy here today. Mulemi.
Of course, beautiful photos there of the crowd here at the Nyayo National Stadium, and we are ready for the 100 meters semi-final. Of course, we'll have plenty of action coming up later on in the day. Coming up is the 100 meters, both men and women semi-finals. And of course, the Athletics Kenya president, Major Retired Jackson Tuwei, in the house, taking a few jigs here. And of course, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Sports, Honorable Ababu Namwamba, coming in and showing his solidarity. And of course, a capacity crowd here at the Nyayo National Stadium, which looks in great shape and ready to host great events coming up later on in the year. And of course, the CHAN Championships. And first things first is the Olympic trials, where we have everyone running and looking forward to attaining qualification times for this one. Bernard, you've looked at, we've talked about the 5,000 meters, the 800 meters, and now we have the 100 meters coming up in a bit. We are looking at the semifinals, and I'm looking at there are two semifinals in the 100 meters women category, and in semifinal number one we'll have 6 athletes. Lilian Diana Aoko Owako, we have Delisha Itiang, Monica Safania, Doreen Waka, Susan Nyambura, Lois Nyanchoka Morara, Edna Mugendi. In semi-final number 2, Edna Mugendi, Esther Mbagari, the national champion, Eunice Kadogo, former national record holder in the distance, Rukia Nusra, Lucia Morris, and Laventa Luvandwa Amutavi, 11.07 seconds.
Yeah, this is a tall order. That's why I was saying that our athletes need to really work extra hard, because I think they need to change the strategy also. We need these sprinters to be training somewhere else, maybe at a lower altitude, so that we can have them qualify here easily. But remember, we don't have stadiums across the country that are good. They could be training maybe in Kisumu or Mombasa, so that when they come here, it can be a better performance for them. And looking at the qualification time, 11:07, And all these, the ladies, we have 12:31 for Lilian Aoko. And then we have Delisha Atiang, who has done 12:46. Monica Safania has done 11:93. Doreen Waka, 11:88. Susan Nyambura, 12:20. And Lois Nyanchoka Morara, who has done 12:54. So again, it's a tall order here. And as I said earlier, these athletes really need to push themselves. They really have to push harder, because those seconds matter for them. And they are now getting ready to start the race. I can see only four athletes. I can see only 4 athletes from lane 2. Lilian Diana, and then we have the Lisha Atiang, lane 3. Monica Safania, lane 4, and lane 5, Doreen Waka. I think that is Doreen Waka in lane 5. As I said, they really need to work hard to get this qualification, because Olympics happens after 4 years. So getting that chance to compete at the Olympics, it will be a good thing for them.
Thank you, Bernard. And we are ready for yet another interview with the Charity on the other side as we await for the start of this 100 meters semi-final number 1.
We thank you, Mulemi, and we are here joined by the NOC Secretary General, Mr. Francis Mutuku. It's a wonderful qualifying moment. How has the journey been for the National Olympics Committee?
It's been very, very interesting. We've all been looking forward to this wonderful day. We knew it will be competitive, and so far the races which have been there have just made us to believe that we are going to have a strong team. We have many races coming up. We have a lot of prospective, tough races and good athletes. And for us is to sit, watch, and wait for the team will be given tomorrow.
We thank you for adapting the sprints for us. And what is the long-term journey for the sprints?
I think it's for us as a country to realize that our talent goes beyond middle and long distance running. I think Omanyala has opened an avenue for us to believe that we can be able to do it. Looking at some of the athletes who were in the camp, which was a very short time, and they have started posting good results. We are actually waiting to see the relays, whether they'll be able to qualify, whether they'll be able to do a good time. But it is for us to make it a culture that we must focus, develop our relay team. We must focus and support our sprinters. It's a technical sport, so there are a lot of financial resources, infrastructure resources which need to be provided. And we believe if we give them this chance, we can talk of good performance in the next Olympics. And even this one, we still believe we have a chance, and we continue maintaining so that more and more people can be able to participate.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time. We're hoping to catch you again tomorrow for another short interview.
It'll be my pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you so much. That was Francis Mtuko, the National Olympics Committee Secretary. He is talking about this program that he has for sprinters, and he's saying that he is hoping for it's a long-term process, that is a long-term plan to ensure that Kenya reaps more medals in the sprints. Over to you, Greg, as we look forward to the start of the 100 meters semi-final.
Talking about sprints, we are ready for yet another aim. And of course, the aim is to qualify for the Paris 2024 Olympics, and 4 competitors in the 100 meters semi-final number 1. Watch out for the likes of Monica Safania in that one. Watch out for Doreen Waka, Susan Nyambura missing in this one. And of course, Delisha Atiang. She'll be running in lane number 3. So we await for the first semi-final. Of course, Susan Nyambura missing and Lois Nyanchoka missing. So we'll have Lilian Diana Aoko Owako in lane number 2, Delisha Atiang in lane number 3, Monica Safania in lane number 4, and Doreen Waka in lane number 4.
Yeah, Mulemi, maybe before they start, as I told you, there are people, many people were interested to see how the race will unfold here. I can see even Matelong seated here. You remember Matelong, the 3,000 steeplechase athlete? He's seated here, very happy to see the upcoming athletes doing their thing. And we have also visitors from outside the country. Some of the agents are here to see how the athletes will run. And maybe before they start, I think I've also seen Rubani athlete. He normally loves running with the athletes. Maybe we can silence for the start.
And there we go, the 100 meters, and off she goes very, very nicely. That is like Aoko Owako coming on very nicely. Monica Safania trying really hard to come out. What will be the time? 12.23. So it was a close finish there between Waka and Safania. And the two will be competing in the final of this one because it's a 1-2 pick. I can see Lilian Diana Owako struggling a little bit, but she started really, really well. But then Monica Safania off the blocks, she didn't do nicely. You can see she looks quite disappointed with the performance. She didn't start nicely, but then Doreen Waka, nobody really expected at her age to run this fast. And it's weird to see how it started. Off the block, they came off really nicely. Doreen Waka in lane number 5. Came out really well. Lilian Aoko was in the lead in the first few meters, but then watch out for Maureen Safania in lane number 4. She came out steaming really well and just about edging Doreen Waka to claim victory in this first semi-final of the 100 meters. And now she'll be in the final. But the aim is to make sure that they get the standard qualification mark of 11.07 seconds. This is a tall order. They have to improve. But they always say, you always save the best for the last. As we head to the second semi-final of this one, where you have Edna Ogendi, Esther Mbagari. I really want to see what this national champion 11 Mbagari can do. Will she do as promised? Because the last time we were at the Ulinzi complex in the national championships, she said that she has what it takes to go to Paris. 11.60, her personal best, and the national record, of course. And when she comes here, she knows that she's capable of improving her time. Watch out of Eunice Kadogo, the former national champion in the 100 meters, and she'll be competing in this one and ensuring that she at least continues with the tradition. Of course, she's one of the most experienced sprinters over the distance. And then there is Lucia Williams-Morris of South Sudan, another very, very brilliant sprinter over the 100 meters. And on your screens right now is Esther Mbagari warming up just before the storm. You can see the likes of Melka Chemos, the athletes representative for Paris. She's also in the house. And on your screen right now is Eunice Kadogo, former national champion over the 100 meters. And they are just getting ready for the second and final semi-final of this 100 meters. Great, great, great sprinters. You can see from Kenya Prisons. And that is Ogendi Edna. And that is Esther Mbagari, the national champion, the former national record holder, Esther Eunice Kadogo.
Yeah, talking about Kadogo, if you look at her time, she has done 11.80, and Esther Mbagari has 11.60. And maybe these are the fastest athletes if you look at their time in this start list for the semi-final 1 and semi-final 2. And I'll be interested to see how Esther Mbagari will do. And she's been really doing well. And as we said again, they have to really push themselves so that they can be able to make that time. And I think we shall have, 3 qualifying for the finals, because we had 4 athletes in the first semi-final, and then we also have 4 here in the semi-finals. And I'll be happy to see also how Lucia William will be running from South Sudan, because she's super fast. She's super fast.
And there we go, the 100 meters, and straight away, Esther Mbagari sprints as she always does. And watch out for Lucia Morris-Williams, but Esther Mbagari will be taking this one, 11.71. Of course, she can improve on that one during the final, but Esther Mbagari, stamping authority, didn't really match her personal best of 11.60. She knows that she has another chance of doing that, but she will be in the final. Lucia Morris, of course, of South Sudan, making sure that she's also in the picture, not letting this one go. Eunice Kadogo, not really a good day for her, but she finished third, and she'd be looking forward to see if she can improve on her time heading into the finals.
Yeah, that was a good race. And now as we head to the 100 semifinals, we have, I think, 3 semifinals. And we are waiting to see the first semifinals. We have David Yosia from South Sudan, Benson Okot from Uganda, Meshak Babu from Kenya, Marco Tieno, and of course Emmanuel Aboda, Ronald Kiprono, and Richard Ogutu. We will see how these athletes will be running in the semi-final one. And as we wait for Charity, maybe we go, as we head to semi-final, as the semi-final ones get ready, we have the semi-final 2, where we have Buom Bor, Simani Rego, Charles Nyamwea, Tyson Omondi Juma. Others from Kenya, Esbon Odworo Chieng, Samuel Chege, Sylvester Simiu, and Edwin Omondi. Of course, semi-final 3 will be interesting. Betson Kahesi Samuel, Elkana Sabila, Justin Mogoi Saboke, Ferdinand Omanyala, Pius Adome, Dennis Nyongesa, Moses Wasike Onyango, and Solomon Obuto. Of course, after the 100-meter semifinals, which it shall be followed by the 3,000 steeplechase women final. And as we wait for Charity, talking about the just concluded event, Esther Mbagari has run a very good time. Of course, she has to work on her time because she needs 11:07 to make it. Okay, over to you, Charity.
I'm joined here by Esther Mbagari. Come close a bit, Mbagari. You're the national champion. Time bado imeshikilia 11:77. How do you feel about it?
I'm not great about that time. You know, sikuwa na expect kuingiza 11:7. So ni kama nitaongeza kitu kwa hiyo 11:7. I maintain to 11 ishuke chini. Acha niseme to reduce that time, I must work on it to perform in 200. Yeah.
Wengine ni nini unaona ukirudi ndo utabadilisha kwa mazoezi ndo uweze kuweka a new personal best?
Endurance. Nitabadilisha, nitakupiga endurance mob. You know, nimepiga speed. So endurance I can beat it a lot. Nikiingia kwa speed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was Esther. She's saying she is quite disappointed that she's not been able to put a new personal best or improve from the 11.77 seconds. But she's saying that she's going to be working on her speed, on her endurance, because she's perfected the act on her speed. Over to you, Greg, and Rotich on the other side.
As we await for the start of the 100-meter semi-final, of course, 3 semi-finals in this one. And we'll be looking forward to see who makes it to the final. In semi-final number 1, we have David Yosia Asai of South Sudan, Benson Okot of Uganda, 10.74. In lane number 3, we have Mesha Kitsubili Babu, the national champion, 10.34. Marco Tieno, 10.32. Emmanuel Aboda, 10.54. Ronald Kiprono, 10.69. And Richard Ogutu, 10.84.
If you can see Mulemi, I think people are trying to run away from the sun. So we were saying the fans are few, but if you see the shade here, everybody is running to sit where the shade is. And I think because this stadium is being renovated, I think they the idea of roofing the whole stadium will be will be ideal, because people want to watch a race comfortably, because maybe they didn't carry their umbrellas as we wait for the 100 meters to semi-final 1 to start. So I think, what do you think about the idea? Maybe it should be ideal to have the roofing of the whole stadium.
Having a canopy around the stadium is something that was part of the recommendations, and that is Marco Tieno jogging and waiting to see if we can qualify for his second ever Olympic Games. Remember, he was unlucky last time out, and of course Bernard has talked about a capacity crowd at the VIP area of the Nyayo National Stadium. At the other side, still an open area. And this is a stadium under renovations, but then you look at the facility, the track looks really, really nice. Of course, you look at the pitch, very, 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 very good, tough inside there. But yet again, it is supposed to have a canopy all round, and it's something that I believe can be done. And ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the first semi-final of the 100 meters. A race that promises a lot, especially after the Omanyala mania over the last few years. So if you're joining us, we are ready for action. Day 1 of the trials for the Paris Olympics. And those are the competitors in lane number 1. That is your David Yosia Asai of South Sudan. Benson Okot of Uganda. 2 Ugandans in this one. Okot, of course, will be in lane number 3. In lane number 4 is the national champion, Meshak Babu. In lane number 5, of course, the former national champion and former national record holder in the 100 meters, Marco Tieno, making a comeback after some time out. And of course, the second Ugandan in the field in lane number 6 is Emmanuel Aboda, 10.54. He'll be aiming to improve on his personal best and see if he can make it Team Uganda for the Paris 2024 Olympics. And then there's Ronald Kiprono, born in 2000, 10.69. He'll be running in lane number 7. And Richard Ogutu, the most experienced sprinter in this one, running in lane number 8. The man from Police. So 2 from Police, Kiprono and of course Ogutu in lane number 7 and 8. But then watch out for Marco Tieno. Meshak Babu just won the national championships. And of course Marco Tieno, the former national champion, former national record holder in the 100 meters. And of course making a comeback. And of course his aim is to qualify for the Paris Olympics. And this man from South Sudan in lane number 1, making his debut here at the trials, David Yosia Asai. And of course, Benson Okot of Uganda, seated calmly waiting for the start of this 100 meters. So David, Benson, Meshak, Mark, Emmanuel, Ronald Kiprono, and Richard Ogutu to be competing in this one. So who makes it to the final?
Final 1, lane 100 meters, lane 2, David Yosia Asai from Southern Sudan.
That is David Asai.
Lane 3, Benson Okot from Uganda.
Benson Okot in lane number 3. He's very familiar to this facility. Meshak Babu, the national champion. And then Marco Tieno in lane number 5. Emmanuel Aboda. The man from Police, Ronald Kiprono. And that is Richard Ogutu of National Police Service. And he'll be running in lane number 8. So, who's going to make it to the final? Remember, 2 sprinters make it to the final, and then the best losers will also be here for tomorrow's final. Who joins Omanyala in Paris? So let's wait and see as we await for start in the 100 meters. Semi-final, number 1. Remember, there are 3. And it is a wrong... Wow. Trouble looming because we're in for yet another start. Very interesting to see who... Let's wait and see who got off the blocks before. Because this will be very interesting. So there we go. The concentration levels were 100%, but then who just lost it? Oh. Oh. Should be Michael Aboda. Who's been red carded. It means that Uganda will only have 1 athlete in this one. Emmanuel Aboda, who came off the block quite early, will not be competing in this race. And now we are down to 6 with David Yosia Asaya in lane number 2, Benson Okot in lane number 3, Marco Tieno in lane number 5, and Ronald Kiprono Ogutu in lane number 7 and 8 respectively. But then let's hope this one will be smooth. The first semi-final of the 100 meters. Emmanuel Aboda already sent to the early showers. He didn't even compete as he was exited for starting early. But this, off we go smoothly, and look at Marco Tieno and Meshak Babu. It is a battle between the two. Marco Tieno sprinting away from the national champion. We'll be looking at the time, 10.27. Marco Tieno improves on his personal best. This boy has come back, has made his statement clearly known, and he is ready. Will he go to Paris? That's yet another question to be answered tomorrow. But then Marco Tieno just piping the national champion Meshak Babu and winning the first semi-final of the 100 meters.
Yeah, of course, that was a beautiful race. Seeing Marco Tieno coming back in such a magnitude is really good. And having Reynolds, also his personal best, is something encouraging for him. And maybe tomorrow during the finals, he just needs to shave that few... Is it milliseconds? So that he can be able to make the team. That was a beautiful race, good race, and they have to save the energy for tomorrow, because tomorrow they have to give it their best. As you can see the recap here, he really got off the blocks very well, and he's really pushed himself. Actually, I thought the Ugandan will be better than them, but the Ugandan almost, I think he came in 3rd place, and it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow's event, or tomorrow's final, that will be able to tell us if they will be able to make the qualification mark. Remember, qualification mark to the Olympic Games is 10.000 for the men's 100 meters. As we head now to the second semi-final, where we have Wombor from South Sudan, Siman Regao from Kenya, Charles Nyamwea, Tyson Omondi Juma. Okay, I hand over to you, Charity, for an interview.
Yes, I'm joined by Okot. Okot, your first name?
My name is Okot Benson. Yes.
You've been training in Kenya. How has it been for you?
Well, my training in Kenya has been amazing. From the time I crossed over to Kenya, I've made tremendous improvements, and it's been quite a good experience training with a couple of the best sprinters in East Africa, and the environment itself. Yeah, so it's been a great experience training in Kenya with my coach Peter Katana. Yes.
Thank you so much, and all the best. As we wait for Meshak Babu and Mark Otieno Odhiambo, that was, of course, from Uganda, is one of the visiting athletes trying to look for qualifying time. Meshak Babu, a narrow miss. What's your plan for the 100 meters final?
I didn't get the block well, so I had to chase. But I'm preparing well psychologically, mentally for the finals. Yeah.
It's been you've quite chased Mark Otieno. How has it been?
Mark Otieno is a good from the blocks. That's why the problem is chasing 100 meter is not that good, because even someone when he went 1 yard ahead of you, it's hard to get it. Yeah.
And how has the journey been preparing for the Olympics? You've been for the relays, you've been for the All African Games. How has it been for you?
I didn't went for All Africa Games, but I'm going for Africa Senior. Tomorrow we'll be running the relay to try and qualify at least for that 2 slots to the Olympic. I know and we believe in ourselves. Through God we can make it. Yeah.
All the best and congrats.
Thank you.
As we wait for Mark Odhiambo, that was Meshak Babu saying that they are well prepared for the 100 meters final. He's saying that he's going to rectify his issue from the block takeoff. As we Mark over here. Mark, how has it been for you? I've seen Meshak Babu is coming up quite strong behind you.
I'll say I'm really happy to be an underdog. So anything is possible. And with me, I'm not coming alone. I'm just coming with the Lord. So the event has been good. I really love the way Meshak Babu is really coming up. Without such people, we can't push for time, because some of us can really work well under pressure. So I really love the way he's coming up, and he's helping us out. And he's helping also himself to come up to that standard.
Will you be competing in the relays also?
Yes, I will. And I'm just really praying that we qualify for the Olympics, because it's going to be interesting. And
there we go, the second semi-final of the 100 meters. Watch out for Tyson Juma coming on. But then Hesbon Ochieng of Prisons steaming from the outside to claim victory, 10.45. And this man has also just improved. Not really improved on his personal best, but then 10.45 heading into the final with his experience, Hesbon Ochieng claiming victory. This might be a very familiar final on day 2. Hesbon, Tyson Juma. We're talking about Simani Regao. We talked about the likes of Mark Otieno, Meshak Babu. This will be really, really close as we see how it transpired, and that look at the concentration levels of these athletes. Hesbon Ochieng, of course, a very, very experienced sprinter here. He knew that he had what it takes. He knew that Tyson Juma was going to give him enough competition and stiff competition, and you see how they rose, smooth and fast. Look at Tyson Juma, he got off the blocks really, really nicely, but then look at the resilience of Mr. Hesbon Ochieng, ensuring that the likes of Boom Duot of South Sudan, who was really, really brilliant in the first 50 meters, couldn't match. But then look at Hesbon. He knew what it takes. He wants to be in the final. Tyson just falling in a little bit, but then Sylvester Simiu just about edging Tyson Juma to claim second place in this one. And now we're ready for the big one, the third semi-final of the 100 meters, of course, with the national champion, the African champion, the Commonwealth champion, and of course, the man who's broken the records in the country and also out of the country, back here for the 100 meters. The man on your screens right now, Ferdinand Omanyala, he'll be racing in the third semi-final of this one, just easing up a little bit. He said that a good things wait. He said that something is cooking, and his famous phrase coming into this one, be patient, better things are coming. That is Ferdinand Omanyala, the national champion in the 100, the former national champion in the 100 meters, because he didn't compete in the national championships 2 weeks ago. He's the man to watch in this one, and he knows that he's in for a fight with the likes of Noah Lyles, the likes of Bednarek, the likes of Tyrone Bromell, the likes of Akim Blake, who just claimed victory over Omanyala and Lyles in the Adidas running race in Jamaica. And that shows you that this year, you don't know who is going to claim victory in the 100 meters in the Olympics. Remember, Marcel Jacobs the other day won the 100 meters and he was crowned the European champion during the European Championships that were held in Rome. Now, we have a battle in Paris. But first of all, the athletes have to qualify for that one. But of course, we know Omanyala is already there. But now it will be, how prepared is he before the races begin, let's say, in 1.5 months' time?
Yeah, I remember when he ran Kipkeino Classic, Omanyala said that they changed the concept this year, unlike the previous years, where he wanted to pick during the Olympics period. Of course, he has to qualify here and make the team, but I think he has some work to do before then, because we have more than 1 month to the Olympic Games. And remember, he said he's running here today, of course, to also help his colleagues or compatriots to do well in this event, so that they can also be able to get qualification time. And of course, that is tomorrow during the finals, where we'll be able to see how these athletes are going to compete. And I'm happy to see the Ugandans are really doing well. They are here to also seek qualification. And I think we also have South Sudan, and we'll be having Botswana coming in. Tomorrow we'll be seeing them at the relays. And that's why they are here to also push Kenyans get that qualification mark. Again, we will always remind our viewers that qualification time is for 100 meters is 10:00, and for you to make the team, you have to make that time. So we will have to wait and see tomorrow. Of course, for now they have to qualify and make it to the finals, because we have 3 semifinals here, and this is the last semifinal. In lane 1, we have Betson Kahesi from Tanzania, Alkana Sabila in lane 2, Justin Mogoi Saboke lane 3, Ferdinand Omanyala in lane 4, Pius Adome in lane 5, that is from Uganda, Dennis Nyongesa in lane 6, Moses Wasika Onyango in lane 7, and another Ugandan, Solomon Obuto in lane 8.
See, get ready for the last semi-final in this 100 meters. Also, I know we are all eager to know what will be happening to Emmanuel Wanyonyi. Charity will be digging in to find out what will happen if Wanyonyi will be given a bye to compete in the final of the 800 meters. But first of all, we have a very interesting third semi-final in the 100 meters. And in lane number 1 will be Betson Kahesi Samuel of Tanzania, competing for the first time here at the Nyayo National Stadium. Elkana Sabila of Kenya, 10.76. Justin Mogoi Isaboke, 10.40. He'll be running in lane number 3. And that is Isaboke, and that is Ferdinand Omanyala. 9.98 is his time. He'll be running in lane number 4. Just next to him is Pius Adome of Uganda, 10.43. And then there is Dennis Nyongesa, 10.61. Moses Wasike Onyango, 10.64. And Solomon Obuto, and that is the Tanzanian Benson Kahesi Samuel. He'll be running in lane number 1. Be aiming to post a good time here and probably qualify for the finals of the 100 meters. And that is Sabila Elkana, 10.76. That is Justin Isaboke, 10.40. And that is the Commonwealth champion, the African champion, African record holder, Ferdinand Omanyala. Pius Adome of Uganda, 10.43. That is Dennis Nyongesa, 10.61, and that is Wasike, 10.64. Moses Wasike. Solomon Obuto of Uganda, 10.76, running in lane number 8. A silence for action as we get ready for the 100 meters, the third semi-final. And there we go, the 100 meters third semi-final, and Omanyala just teaming away from the rest, but who will be in second place? It is Ferdinand Omanyala. We'll be looking at the time, 10.10, and he is into the final. He just eased towards the end, Bernard, and that shows you that this man is in great shape.
Indeed, he's in great shape. And as I said earlier, he said that they're changing the concept this year. Unlike last year where he picked earlier before the championships. So this year he wants to pick during the Olympic Games. And him running 10:10 here, easing to the finish, means that there is something in store. And of course tomorrow he'll have to push the train his mates maybe to also register better times.
Of course, a better performance expected tomorrow here, but yet again we look at how they were. And they've always said that coming off the blocks is the most difficult thing. And I watched him coming off the blocks. Ferdinand Omanyala, he was already flying after 10 meters, sprinting past the rest. And you could feel the likes of Pius Adome trying to catch up with Ferdinand Omanyala. But look at the concentration in this man, the African record holder over the distance. He knows that eyes are on the prize, and he knows Paris is waiting. Pius Adome coming in really smoothly, and of course the man Solomon Obuto just battling out for third place with Moses Wasike Onyango, and of course Ferdinand claiming victory, 10.10, unofficial time of course, and he'll be in the final trying to secure yet another spot to the Paris Olympics. And it is something that we'll be keenly watching because Marco Tien already won semi-final number 2, and right now Ferdinand Omanyala winning semi-final number 3.
Yeah, maybe as we wait for Charity to... Okay, over to you, Charity.
Fadi, how has the journey been for you so far? You've already qualified, but what has been the preparations for you?
This season we went in a different angle, so we're building it up slowly towards the Olympics because we don't want to hit it too hard too early. So the journey is just to build up slowly towards the Olympics. Yeah.
There's a bit of criticism about the sub-10s that you've been doing. By last year, this time you've done a lot of sub-10. What's your take on that?
I mean, we did a lot of sub-10s in the races that didn't matter. And we did a lot of 10-0s and 10-1s in the races that matters most. So that's the different approach we're using this time. We want to run the 9-8 when it matters.
The best.
Thanks.
Ferdinand Omanyala is saying that these are different Omanyala from whom we had last year, the one who had ran a sub-9 in most of the races by this time and was not able to run a sub-10 in the races that mattered. He's hoping that this time the different approach that he's taking is going to propel him to the podium. Over to you, Mlemi and Rotich.
They say different approach, different play, different game, and of course different way of doing things. And Ferdinand Omanyala has just shown the way as that is Dennis Okeyo, one of the guys organizing each and every event here, talking to Marco Tieno. And of course, if you're joining us, it's just a few minutes after noon, and now we are in the PM hour as we await for the start of the 3,000 meters steeplechase women, and that will be coming in way later. And I'm being informed that there will be a health break in between, just to give these athletes time to sober up and, of course, come back better strategized. And if you're joining us, we are live from the Nyayo National Stadium. And, of course, that signals the end of the morning session. I'll be taking a break to around 1:30 p.m. where we'll have the afternoon session coming up. And if you are joining us, we're live from the Nyayo National Stadium. We'll be taking a short break, but when we'll be back, the afternoon session kicks off with the 3,000 meter steeplechase women final, where we have the world record holder over the distance, Beatrice Chepkoech. She'll be competing in that one. See you in a few.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this amazing day, Friday, 2024 Olympic Trials. As we very quickly give you the events that are to come, the steeplechase is still coming. The men's 1,500 meters is yet to come, which is a final. The women 800 meters finals still to come. As we continue to appreciate our chief guest, CS Ababuna Mwamba, also on the podium is Principal Secretary Nyayo. We appreciate all of them. The Ministry of Sports, this is the reason why we are here. They sponsor this event to make sure we have an amazing championships. As we tell you about some of the people who have made this year an amazing year for athletics. Beginning with the athletes themselves. The athletes, they've done us proud by breaking world records, 10,000 meters. British debate, broke the 10,000 meters. So once again, we still have a host of events to come. and we welcome everybody to take their seats for the next session of these amazing championships. Yeah. Basi wananchi watukufu, tunaweza kuona waziri wetu wa michezo akiwa hapo. Naona na warm up polepole, nafanya warm up. Naona kama yuko tayari kukimbia waziri wa michezo pale. Naona na warm kabisa. Anajitayarisha ndio waziri. Haya. Kwa sasa naona babu mwenyewe yuko pale, waziri wa michezo. Waziri wa michezo amevalia t-shirt nyeupe. Ndio huyo sasa anakimbia hapo. Pigeni makofi waziri wa michezo babu na mama. Basi mashabiki ningependa tu kuwafahamisha kwamba mita 800 wanaume kulikuwa na apili wanariadha wawili, Emmanuel Wanyonyi na vile Collins Kipruto. Juri wa pili, wale wazee ambao wamekaa chini kusikiza hiyo kesi, wametazama kulingana na sheria ya chama cha riadha ulimwenguni, wakasema kulikuwa na msukumano kati ya wanariadha wawili na ukatokea mgongano katika shindano hilo, na wamesema kwamba wanariadha hao wataingia next round siku ya kesho na watapewa yellow card kutoka kwa ule referee. Watapewa yellow card siku ya kesho kutoka kwa referee, na hiyo imetoka katika video ambayo wameitazama na wakaona kwamba kulikuwa na msukumano. Kwa hivyo Emmanuel Wanyonyi na Collins Ruto wameingia fainali ya kesho, na kwa hivyo tutakuwa na wanariadha 10 ambao watashiriki katika hiyo fainali. Kwa hivyo Emmanuel Wanyonyi na Collins Ruto wameruhusiwa kuingia fainali, lakini kesho referee akawaonyesha ile kadi ya yellow, wapatia warning, alafu waruhusiwa kuingia fainali. Maana walisukumana, kulikuwa na msukumano kati ya hawa wanariadha. Kwa hivyo juu ya mapili wameamua mambo hiyo hivyo, kutoka kwa walitumia video na kuona kwamba kweli kulikuwa na msukumano katika shindano hilo. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tuko na ile half break, watu wanaweza kwenda kupata lunch kidogo, lakini mwendo wa saa 7:30 utakuwa na mbio za mita 3,000 kuruka vizuizi na maji, fainali kwa upande wa kinadada. Kwa hivyo mambo yanaendelea vizuri kabisa na tunaamini kwamba kila kitu kitakuwa shwari kabisa. as we continue to inform you about our events that are coming this afternoon. Some of them are finals, straight finals, including the men's 1500 meters DJ, the men's 1500, the steeplechase. The steeplechase is also there along with. We want to appreciate all the fans who have come to support us to form Team Kenya Athletics. We want to appreciate all of them, starting with our CS, Ababu, the PS, Engineer Tun. We want to appreciate Mzera Kazi, Kipkeno, Kipchoge Keno, winner of 68 and 72 Olympics. We appreciate all of them. And we have seen a host of other champions at the stadium, a host of other champions. We appreciate you. We have current world record holders, Beatrice Chepkoech, Faith Kipyegon, and a host of champions who have done duty for this country. John Boogie is also here. Catherine Dereva, Douglas Okihuri, the winner of 1987 World Championships Marathon in Rome, Italy. The winner of 87 World Athletics Championships. And also the winner of a silver in 88 Olympics, Douglas Okihuri. There are a couple of other people very appreciate, beginning with the officials of Athletics Kenya. I want us to appreciate them, the officials of Athletics Kenya, beginning with Lieutenant General retired Jackson Tuwe. Let's appreciate AK to Jackson Tuwe. We want to appreciate Senior Vice President Paul Mutui, in charge of competition. We want to appreciate people who have worked hard to make this sport amazing today. Karen Basore, we appreciate you. Some organizations who have contributed tremendously. National Police Service, through Stephen Etienne, the leader of athletics in National Police Service. Cheers. Let's appreciate Kenya Prison Service through the athletics management, Maswai, Mr. Maswai, Catherine Dereva, Gideon Chirchir, Steve Maneki. Let's appreciate them. KDF. They have an amazing team. South Rift, North Rift, Central Rift, Southern, Central, Nairobi, Nyanza North, Nyanza South. We appreciate all of them. NYS, universities. Let's appreciate APSA, they made it possible for us to speak to Kenya Classic. APSA. ADAC. Let's recognize ADAC, wherever they are. They are right there at the other end of the stadium. Their mandate is to make sure that we stay clean, the sport stays clean, and we run clean. DJ.
Ready. Get ready.
siku ya kesho ni wafuatao: Pius Adome kutoka Uganda, Sylvester Simiyu Kenya, Esgon Ochieng Kenya, Ferdinand Omanyala Kenya, Meshak Babu Kenya, Mark Otieno Odhiambo, Tyson Juma na Benson Okot. Wale wanafuzu kwa fainali ya kesho mita 100 inafuatao: leni ya kwanza Pius Adome, lane 2 Sylvester Simiyu, lane 3 Esgon Ochieng, lane 4 Ferdinand Omanyala, lane 5 Meshak Babu, lane 6 Mark Otieno Odhiambo, lane 7 Tyson Juma, and lane 8 Benson Okot. 100 meters finalist women. Lane 1 Denisha Etienne, lane 2 Doreen Waka, lane 3 Eunice Kadogo, lane 4 Monica Sepania, lane 5 Esther Bagari, lane 6 Lucia Williams, lane 7 Lilian Aoko, and lane 8 Edna Oyendi. Hao ndio wamefuzu kwa fainali ya kesho.
Sawa kaka.
what time the next session is beginning. It's going to begin in a short while. We have a short break. Then we go back for the afternoon session. We have a couple of finals to come, including the men's 1500 meters, the 3000 meters, couple of amazing finals, women 800 meters, the women 800 meters, Mary Morat will be around to show us how to run the women's 800 meters. Couple of finals today, and tomorrow everything is a final. You could be seated next to a champion, a world champion, an Olympic champion. So if you look around you, you will see Kipchoge Keino, you will see Janet Chepkosgei, winner of the 800 meters in 207, Janet Chepkosgei. You will see Janet Chepkosgei, you will see the current world record holder, which is Tibet. You will see Billy Conchella, Douglas Wakihuri, John Boogie, you will see John Boogie, the amazing John Boogie, winner of 1988 Olympic Games 5,000 meters. You will see Manya. So we have champions here. You will see Julia Siego, Catherine Dereva, the former world record holder in the marathon. Joyce Obiango, you will see Joyce Obiango. You will see Musembi, Kenya Prisons, Musembi. So we have amazing fellows here. Gideon Chipchip, Richard Matalon, Ezekiel Kendo is here. Eletana Nyang'ao is here. So we have some amazing champions here. Ibrahim Kilugia is here. So we have some amazing champions and we want to appreciate them as much as we appreciate the current champions, including Mary Moral, Ferdinand Omanyala, Emmanuel Onyonyi. Those are the current champions. And very soon they are going to be on the track for the women's 800 meters finals and the men's 1500 meters finals. The men's 1500 meters finals. And I want to appreciate one of our amazing followers of athletics, Rovani, one of our amazing followers of athletics. I want to appreciate him. I want to appreciate him, this gentleman here. I want to appreciate him. This gentleman is always in our Olympic Games trials and is a pilot. He pilots a 747, a huge plane for cargo. He's a pilot for the biggest plane, the cargo plane, 747. It's similar to the plane called A380. So this is the gentleman here. He carries cargo from Nairobi to Amsterdam and to various cities in the world. And he's here to appreciate our championships. Asante Rwani. How are you? Sema Kiswahili kidogo.
Asante sana, and it's a wonderful day to see all these athletes up close. And today they're performing really well, but we all hope to win and see many goals for Kenya and Paris.
What distance did you run in South Africa the other day?
I did famous Comrades Marathon, which is almost 90 kilometers last Sunday. That's different than this track. It's very far. It took me 7 hours and 30 minutes.
Asante, Robani, thank you. Asante. So once again, 747. Dutch Airlines, 747. So we want to appreciate all the talent here, including Vivian Terriot, former world champion, Vivian Terriot. She came third the other day in Hamburg Marathon. She's back to running. We want to appreciate all of them, including our amazing Lewis Manzia here. Sema jambo Manzia.
Asante sana. Bila shaka leo ni siku ya majaribio ya kuwachagua wakimbiaji watakaowakilisha jamhuri yetu ya Kenya katika michezo ya Olimpiki itakayokuwa kule Paris, Ufaransa. Na bila shaka tuna kila sababu ya kutarajia makubwa tu, sababu tunajua maendeleo yetu yamejiandaa vizuri na watafanya vizuri katika michezo hiyo ya Olimpiki Paris, Ufaransa.
Asante. So very quickly we'll be back on the track with the afternoon session, starting with the 3,000 meters steeplechase, that is the final. Then we got the 200 meters semis, 200 meters women semis, 1,500 meters men finals, 400 meters hurdles women finals, 400 meters women semis, 400 meters men semis, and finally we will see Mary Murrah try to make the Kenya team in the women 800 meters. So very quickly, 3,000 meters steeplechase report at the program. The participants for the women 3,000 meters steeplechase. So very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, in another 25 minutes, we will be back on the track with the 3,000 meters steeplechase women finals in the next 25 minutes. And that includes the world record holder, Beatrice Chepkoech, starting the 3,000 meters steeplechase finals. So once again, we urge them to go straight to the ballroom. All the athletes taking part in the next events, beginning with the 3,000 meters steeplechase women. The 3,000 meters steeplechase women. 3,000 meters steeplechase women. That's the next event on the track.
Basi wananchi watukufu, tukiwa sasa tunasubiri kuanzishwa kwa shindano la mita 3 kuruka vizuizi na maji fainali ya kina dada. Ni kwamba baadhi ya wanariadha shupavu ambao wako hapa pia nimeweza kumwona anayeshikilia rekodi ya dunia katika mita 3 baba Daniel Komeni yuko hapa, ambaye ana dakika 7:20.67 na alikuwa amesema mwenye kampuni hiyo rekodi anapeana shamba. Anasema shamba bado iko, kuna jamaa ambaye kuchukua shamba. Kwa hivyo imerudi msitu, anauza miti kwa pole. Jamaa wameng'ang'ana, wameshika kukuja hiyo rekodi ya Daniel Komeni. Yuko nasi hapa Daniel Komeni ambaye alikuwa anashikilia rekodi ya dunia ya mita 3 katika 7:20.67 na alipeana shamba bado, na anasema shamba lipo
na Mercedes Benz nasikia, lakini jamaa wameng'ang'ana. Niko na jamaa wawili hapa kutoka KDF wananiambia wanaanza mazoezi kutoka kesho, na wanaambia Daniel Komena asiuze shamba hiyo, watakuja kuchukua. Na vile vile tatenya moja kutoka polisi ameniambia pia nataka hiyo shamba. Basi wananchi watukufu, tunashukuru kabisa chama cha riadha nchini kuweza kupanga mashindano haya ya mbio za majaribio ya mbio za Olimpiki ambazo zitafanyika kule Paris.
No, I'm going. I'm not staying.
Hapo lama nini? Tennis ball. Mzee baba. Aje mzee baba.
Nimekataa.
Unataka kila mtu kwani?
Ni wewe tu.
Unataka kila mtu.
Kibaje? Wewe unanichomia wakati.
One, two.
Mimi witness.
1, 2. My check. 1, 2.
Simu yangu ni ambopinge mjitia kwa baya.
Nataka kutest. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Sema tuko na media center. Unasikia sauti ama?
So once again, ladies and gentlemen,
sauti iko sawa?
let's continue.
Asante sana.
It's just a quick one for the live TV. We are live already, and we are already. We have to do it here.
Can I finish this live feed? Who has the live feed?
Me.
Quickly.
Okay. Waziri, it's been a long journey for us as Kenya qualifying for the Olympics. We've started even with the rugby team. You've seen them qualify and also had a long-term plan. What's the long-term plan for other teams also?
I mean, we've made it very clear that the only way you can compete effectively is investing in a clear pipeline, a pipeline that enables you to identify talents early, nurture those talents, and then progress those talents to an international level. If you look up to a team like Shujaa, who have just returned to the World Series, they're young people identified early. Some of them are in high school, in colleges, and that is what we need to do continuously. That is what has made us successful in athletics, for instance, because somehow through the well-established school system, you are able to get talents flowing through that pipeline and feeding the national teams. It's the same model we must follow for rugby, for football, for volleyball, for cricket, and on all other disciplines. There's no other magic. We have to invest in youth and grassroots talent development, and that is the whole essence of our Talanta Hela initiative.
You came early so that you could be able to watch our Beatrice and Faith compete. Did you get the race that you're looking forward to?
Absolutely. Beatrice and Faith, what an incredible double act, and we have no doubt that Faith and Beatrice together are going to make us proud in the 5,000 meter at the Olympics.
Last one, we've had an issue with the budgeting for ADAC. We also had people from WADA coming in. What's the progress?
There's no issue. We are good in terms of our anti-doping program. We have no doubt that our anti-doping program will proceed as we have intended it.
That was CS Waziri Babuna Mwamba. He's talking about the team, the long-term plan that we have for the Olympics, and also he's talking about the ADAC issue where there was a report that there was no money set aside for the program, but now they are hoping that we are looking forward to seeing that Kenya being compliant in everything. Over to you, Greg, as we start the 3,000 meter steeplechase race.
Remember the qualification mark for this event is 9:23:00, and of course we have Faith Nduku, Lois Chepkemoi from Uganda, Maureen Talam, Naomi Chemtai, Celestine Chepkosgei Biwot, Sharon Chepkemoi, Diana Chepkemoi, Mercy Wanjiru Gitai, Karen Chebet, and Leah Jeruto, Doris Lemgole, Jacqueline Chepkoech, Faith Cherotich, and Beatrice Chepkoech. This is the lineup for the 3,000 steeplechase women's final, and they are almost starting, and this will be interesting. We have the world record holder here, Beatrice Chepkoech, who was the best of 8:55:40. Of course, during this race, as we will be continuing with the race, we will be able to get the world lead time here from, of course, the world lead time is being held by Uganda, and that is Peruth Chemtai, who managed to beat Beatrice the other day. And as we continue with the race, maybe we are going to see more of. Are we going to see more of new talents coming up? Because of course we have new talents in the lineup, and of course Lois Chepkemoi from Uganda is here to seek. I think she is here also to seek qualification so that she can be able to join her compatriot Peruth Chemtai, who is currently the Uganda's national record holder and also the world lead at the moment. So it will be an amazing race. welcome to this event, Nyayo Stadium. It's the afternoon session, and we are going to expect a good race here. Of course, we will be interested to see how our Beatrice Chepkoech will be running. Of course, she loves running from the front. She loves running from the front. And off they go. As usual, Beatrice is leading, is running. She's running from the front. And of course, with a little girl, Faith Cherotich, who is a World Under-20 champion. And of course, we have Jacqueline, who is the Commonwealth Games champion. So they are running well right now. Lea Cheruta is also there. It's the first lap. We have more than 7 laps to go. And how the race will unfold. It's 3,000 meters steeplechase. Of course, for many years, Kenyans have been doing well. I'm happy Chemos was here. She has been an inspiration to this athlete. She set the pace. She's a former world champion. And running here and running the office as an athletes representative, she has been able to mentor many athletes, of course, and we will be able to see who will make the team. Of course, with the first 2 to cross the line, and of course the third athlete will be decided by the panel. And as you've seen, Chepkoech loves running from the front, and she's the world record holder, having ran 8:55:40. And she's being closely followed by young Faith Cherotich. Young Faith Cherotich comes from Kericho and has been training in Kericho, a former student of Kaliet Secondary School. Then we have Jacqueline Chepkoech, the Commonwealth Games champion. Jacqueline is trains in Kaptagat under coach Patrick Sang at the Global Sports Communication. So already you've seen the 4 athletes they've surged forward, and there's a gap between the 4th and the 5th athletes. That shows you the magnitude of the race here. The race is going to be competitive, and of course they are trying to also get that qualification so that they can be able to compete at the Olympics. Greg.
Thank you, Bernard. As we head towards the last 6 laps of this 3,000 meter steeplechase, it is the first event of the afternoon session here at the Nyayo National Stadium, and that is Beatrice Chepkoech, the world record holder in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, taking the lead as usual. Faith Cherotich in the mix also. She knows how to keep it toe-to-toe, stride for stride, with anyone that comes her way, and it's something that is happening here. Of course, the 5 more laps to go in the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and you can see the field already starting to take shape. 3 athletes in the lead, and only 1 athlete in the chasing pack, and this signals something very, very special. But what catches my attention is 3 athletes from the same the same management actually taking the lead, and it tells us something about the steeplechase. Is it something that has been inspired by Beatrice, or just a good team that trains together?
Yeah, I had not noticed that. Indeed, it's from the same management, but interestingly, they all train from different areas. Currently, Beatrice is training in Gong, used to train in Kericho, and then we have Faith, who is training in Kericho, and then, of course, Jacqueline doing it from Kaptagat, but they are from the same management. Now, Jacqueline has gone to the front, and she has taken the lead at the 4th lap. So looking at the race, as I told you earlier, as I mentioned earlier, Greg, Peruth Chemutai has the lead time, and actually she's the Olympic champion. She's eyeing to defend her title, at the Olympics. So she managed to run best time, that was 8:55:09, at the Hayward Field, Eugene, in Oregon. That is where Kenyans held their 10,000 trials also. So she managed to run the best time. And then, of course, this season, Beatrice Chepkoech is the second one with 8:55.40. We have Faith Cherotich, the young girl. She's the third this season with 9:04.45. And then we have Ethiopian Sembo Almayu, who is fourth. And they all got their personal best at Hayward, except Beatrice Chepkoech, who ran at the Egret Stadium in China. Of course, the Diamond League. So the Diamond League for these athletes is very, very much important, because you'll find there are places like Oregon, which has a very, very fast field. So they'll be able to get that time when they compete in such events. Then, of course, number 7 in the world this season is an athlete who is a student in USA doing a scholarship program. She's called Doris Lemgole. She comes from West Pokot. And of course, she was, I think she was 7th at the Hayward. I think so. No. She was first in an event, that's a school event in Oregon, the NCAA event that concluded recently. So you see, even student athletes are doing well. She went to the US through scholarship. And so we are waiting to see how this, with 3 laps to go, we are waiting to see how the race will unfold, because you can see now Faith is leading even Beatrice. This young lady is going places.
And of course, Faith and Beatrice having nice exchange of words there. I think it's all about teamwork. It's all about wanting to make sure that the ticket is secured safely. Faith, of course, the youngest of the leading pack, born in 2004. Jacqueline Chepkoech still hanging in there, of course, coming in 9 minutes 19.64. And of course, we are talking about the standard time, 9 minutes 23 seconds. Will they manage earning that here at the Nyayo National Stadium? But then it's Beatrice who runs the way she likes from the front, and Faith Cherotich, of course, just closing in, and you can see she has bright years ahead of her. Jacqueline Chepkoech falling away quite some distance between Jacqueline and the leading pack, that, and thus are also the chasing pack in this one into the pool of water, as we wait to see who will hit the bell first in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. Remember, this is a final event, no two chances about it, and it's all happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And right now it is Jacqueline Cherotich leading Beatrice Chepkoech. Jacqueline currently in 3rd place. Faith just shows you why she's being named one of the most sought after athletes in this one. The 20-year-old, she's turning 20 actually on 13th of July. Faith Cherotich and Beatrice Chepkoech in this 3,000 meter steeplechase as they hit the bell. It's been quite a fast one, and it's all about who takes the position 1 and 2. Remember, they are all in the bracket and ready to qualify for this one. And it is Faith who takes who hits the front for the first time right now. Beatrice looks stronger in 2nd. Jacqueline still lagging in 3rd, but it's a battle between the two. The experienced versus the upcoming. It's Faith versus Beatrice heading into the last bend on the 150. Who takes the mantle? But of course, it's all about the ticket to Paris. And it is Beatrice and Faith into the last pool of water as they take the bend. It is Beatrice in 2nd currently, and Faith leading all the way. And they seem to be really relaxed heading into this one, because it's all about securing. And it is Faith versus Beatrice as they ease their way to the finishing line. And it is Faith Cherotich just piping Beatrice Chepkoech to win that one. Jacqueline Chepkoech on the other side will claim 3rd in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. 9:22.29. An official time, of course. We'll be getting the confirmation, but it's all about securing the slot. And of course, Faith, the young Faith, has actually made it to Paris.
She made it so easy. She was strolling to the finish line. And that was a good race. Of course, Faith winning today. And they have a lot of, they have a mountain to climb. Perus Chamrai from Uganda. She's currently on top form. And she's doing well. So these athletes have some work to do. And maybe they will, it will be to their advantage, maybe if they will be, the three of them together, battling it out for the top positions. And I'm happy because, as you've said, Faith is a promising upcoming athlete, and at least you've seen here today. It's really good winning at home, and of course we don't know if this will replicate at the Olympic Games in July and August.
Of course, we'll be waiting to see if that replicates during the Paris 2024 Olympics that come your way from the 26th of this month, and the athletes being ushered in as we look at how Faith Cherotich literally controlled this race. Look at how they were stride to stride, toe to toe, shoulder to shoulder with Beatrice Chepkoech, something that really made it easy for her. Look at this, that barrier. The way they took this barrier was like they knew exactly what they had done to ensure their qualifications for the Paris 2024 Olympics. But now I hand you over to Charity, speaking to Beatrice Chepkoech.
Wenzangu wameingia, so mimi ndo nilikuwa nafuta tu. Unajua hawa tumekuwa na hawa kwa Diamond yote na singetaka Jacqueline apaki behind, so kwangu ilikuwa tu nataka nione ameingia. Yeah, I think in my cabin the only medal I'm missing is for Olympic, and I'm looking forward for it. Yeah. The journey has not been easy, you know, since last year, 2020, I've been battling with some injuries, but last year I tried to make it better, at least to treat, and this time around I'm back, yeah, and we are looking forward for Olympics. Yeah.
Thank you so much, all the best.
That's Charity speaking to Beatrice Chepkoech, who came in second in the 3,000 meter steeplechase women final, and be trying to get hold of Faith Cherotich. And there we go, Faith Cherotich speaking to Charity.
Faith, congratulations. Safari ya kuqualify Olympics imekuwaje kwako?
Nimefurahia. Sio rahisi, but nimeng'ang'ana and I am happy. Tumequalify, tunaenda kung'ang'ana as a team, tulete medali.
Faith, nimeona Beatrice akikuencourage ukiwa na such a world record holder kwa race na yeye uko kwa team pamoja naye, inamaanisha nini kwako?
Tukiwa na Beatrice nafurahia kugombiti na mtu mwenye ako juu yangu na anani encourage.
Do you feel the confidence iko sasa?
Iko.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was the 3,000 meter steeplechase world record holder Beatrice Chepkoech and Faith Cherotich. They've already made it for the Olympics team, and they are hoping that they'll be able to bring the medal finally back home. Beatrice is saying that is the only medal that is missing in her cabinet, and she's looking forward to ensuring that she has it at home. Over to you, Rotich and Mulemi, as we move on to the next race.
The next race will be the 200 meters. We have two semifinals for the women and, of course, 3 for the men. In the women, in the first semifinal, we'll have 4 participants: Delisha Atiang, Susan Nyambura, Lois Nyanchoka Morara and Esther Mbagari. Of course, the qualification time for this one will be 22.57 seconds, and the fastest athlete coming into this one should be Lucy Nyanchoka Morara, 23.40. But first of all, it will be seeking a ticket to the final, and it begins in a bit. Talked about the sprints, Bernard, and maybe your expectations coming into this one. What do you think should be done by these sprinters to ensure that at least they close in on the standard qualification time?
Well, maybe before we go to 200 meters, maybe some of the people are asking, did Jacqueline qualify here? No, of course, Jacqueline had qualified earlier. She managed to run 9:19.64 at the Egret Stadium in Xiamen. That was during the Diamond League in April. So she had already qualified. So it was a matter of getting a position here. So maybe in terms of 200 meters and 100, as I said earlier, 200, 400, 100 meters, I think the only thing to do and help these sprinters is to take them to a lower altitude so that they can be able to run well and train and qualify for this event. Actually, we have very good sprinters. And again, of course, they need to push themselves and really work hard for that. Training in Nairobi or Nyayo or Kasarani is a little bit high for them. So they need somewhere lower than that so that they can be able to improve on their performances. Of course, Omanyala has been able to do that, but for the others, maybe they need to also go lower so that they can be able to run faster times.
And fast times means they have to ensure that they beat the standard qualification time as we gear up for these two finals. And you talked about Jacqueline Chepkoech, of course, already qualified in Xiamen earlier on in the year. Faith Cherotich now confirming her participation there and beats Chepkoech. Do you feel that this lineup is ready to take on the likes of Yavi and Peruth?
And as I said, it will be a tall order. Did you see how Peruth competed at the Hayward Field during the Oregon event? She ran a calculative race. She was running from behind. Then she tested waters by running in front and then remained again behind. And then, of course, the last lap, that is when she showed her true colors. Maybe now that is what Beatrice and the group should expect in Olympics. Actually, for us to get back the medal, we really need to work hard against. Of course, we have Yavi also again, and we have the other lady. I don't know if she'll be able to compete at the Olympics. The Kazakhstan lady from Kenya, the Kenyan-born Kazakhstan lady. Her name is Nora Jeruta. Nora Jeruta, she's a world champion, of course, and these are the people we expect to give Kenyans a lot of hard work. We also have an athlete from US, so it will be really tough for Kenyans. They should not relax. They should just fine-tune their training. When they get to the residential training, they need to really work hard for those medals. And going forward, maybe we'll be able to bring back our medal that we lost to Ugandans.
They say nowadays it's not a guarantee really to have medals in these ones, but we can see the zeal and of course the urge and of course the push these athletes have. And you look at how they've been performing in different meets. It's very, very interesting to see what will be happening later on. Remember, we have the 200 meters, both men and women semifinals, 2 in the women and, of course, 3 in the men before the 1,500 meters men final. It's a race that will have very, very, very big names. We also have the hurdles, both men and women, the 400 meters. And then the 800 meters women final, where Mary Mora and her sister Sarah Mora are expected to compete. This is a race that brings in mixed emotions because you look at the lineup. Apart from Vivian Chebet Kiprotich and of course Sylvia Chemutai Chesebe, the rest are young athletes who are really trying to come up, and they're trying to make sure that they book that ticket to Paris, and this is going to happen here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And of course, if you are clocking in, then We've just witnessed the 3,000 meter steeplechase women final. A race that has been won by the 19-year-old Faith Cherotich, piping the world record holder Beatrice Chepkoech. And Jacqueline Chepkoech also coming in and finishing third in this one.
Talking about steeplechase, you know, during the Prefontaine Classic race, actually 24 athletes managed to qualify for the Olympics. 24 of them. It was a fast race, and if you see, we had the likes of course, Louisa Gega from Morocco. And then, of course, we had someone from Poland, Alizja, Lea Maya, Nora Jeruto from Kazakhstan. Of course, she qualified. Stella Ruta from Romania. That is a Kenyan born again. Now, that is what we normally call Team B from Kenya because they come from Kenya, but they represent other countries. Then, of course, the Ethiopian Swinfred Yavi also there. She managed to qualify after running 9:21.62. And then we have Kyle Michelle from USA. Same Kabe from Canada. Then Elizabeth Bard from Great Britain. We had 24 athletes qualifying for the Olympics. So the race, I'm telling you, the race will be interesting. And we are waiting to see how it will go. And for the Kenyans, they really need to really work hard so that they can be able to represent the country well and bag medals. Of course, coming back now to the 200 meters semifinals, we have 4 athletes in each semifinal. Of course, Delisha Etiang, Susan Nyambura, Lois Nyanchoka Morara, and Esther Mbagari in the first hit. And then Doreen Waka, Gladys Mumbe, Lucia William Morris from South Sudan, Lillian Diana Aoko Owako, and Diana Chebet. And then after that, we'll be having the 200 meters men's semifinals. Also, it's 3 semifinals. And we have sprinters in Kenya. We have sprinters. But a little bit fine-tuning, and we'll be good to go. I remember the late Nicholas Bett, who was doing 400 meters hurdles. At one point, they went with their brother Aaron Koech to South Africa to train. That is how they managed to improve on their performance in terms of technique on running and jumping the hurdles, and also how to finish a race. And you remember he brought gold when he was running from the outside lane 8 actually, and he won gold, which was a surprise to many. We didn't expect that. So it's a matter of fine-tuning and getting the right conditions of training.
And of course, most of these athletes train here at the Nyayo National Stadium if they're not in Iten or Kaptagat or in their respective camps. And we are waiting for the start of the 200 meters, and I know Charity will be looking for some interviews to spice up this very beautiful day 1 of the national trials for the Paris 2024 Olympics. Looking at different athletes coming here. And of course, we talked about Team Botswana, who will be coming in for the relays. We have athletes from Ghana, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda, of course. These are just some of the big names that have been invited here. And something interesting is that they love this track, they love this weather, and they love the times that we post here. And of course, we'll be watching and waiting to see what comes in afterwards. And just as an athletics expert, of course, we've watched like the 3,000 meter steeplechase, where we've had athletes from the same management actually tearing the rest of the field apart. What does it take to, let's say, because we've been watching the Ethiopians lately, they really like running as a team, something that sometimes we lack in Kenya. What does it take to ensure that the approach in a championship is quite different from, let's say, the weekend meets and, of course, the Diamond Leagues?
Well, of course, the Diamond Leagues are different from the championships. And I think when we get to the championships, like now we are going to the Olympics, teamwork has to and like in 5,000 and also the 3,000 final, I think 3,000 steeplechase final, I think teamwork has to play a role here. Because without teamwork, the Ethiopians they will beat us, or the other athletes from the other countries. But if you run as a team and help one another until you finish the race, it will come out so well that you might even be able to bag all the medals on offer. So going forward, I think the right thing to do is when these athletes get to the team, when these athletes get to the residential training camp, I think the right thing to do is to bring them together, talk to them, the need for running for this country as a team, so that they can be able to bring the medals on offer. This is not a Diamond League, this is not any other race, but you are running for your country, Kenya.
Of course, it's all about Team Kenya and what's there in offer, and just some of the images from the crowd that is attending these trials here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And of course, if you're joining us, we're just waiting for the start of the 200 meters, where we'll have the likes of Delisha Atiang, Susan Nyambura, Louis Nyanchoka Morara, and Esther Mbagari running in semi-final number 1 before Doreen Waka, Gladys Mumbe, Lucia Williams, Diana Aroko Owaka, and Diana Chebet. That will be semi-final number 2. Just some of the names to watch out in the first semi-final for the men 200 meters. Andrea Abiem from South Sudan, Robin Wanjala Wateba, Richard Ogutu, Dan Kiviasi Asamba, Moses Wasike Onyango, Kur Wan Liem of ART, and in the second semi-final, Atem Deng of South Sudan, Simani Regao, Dennis Kiprono, Samuel Chege, Waweru, Hesbon Ochieng, Emmanuel Aboda, Francis Waithera Gitau, and in the third semi-final, Eric Kimathi, David Asaye, Edwin Omondi, Mike Mokama Nyang'au, Dennis Nyongesa, and Ronald Kiprono. But we are waiting for clearance before we start the 200 meters. Women semi-final number 1.
Mulemi, as you can see, these entertainers, they are really entertaining the crowd. They are so happy, donned in national colors. They are really supporting their teams here. And I'm told they are made for, most of them are come from Kenya Defense Forces, National Police Service, and Kenya prisons. So they are here because all the athletes are also here. You know, when they are running the trials, you don't have the police or national service. They are all Kenyans trying to get slots for the Olympic Games. And it's really good to see them dancing and entertaining the crowd. Most of them, some of them also are athletes, maybe retired athletes. And I think the government should look into this, support these people. Because dancing the whole day and cheering, being a cheering squad, then you go home without a bread. Also, your family will tell you, what were you doing, Buana? What I saw you jumping, what did you bring? So anyway, it's good for them to also be motivated. It's a good event. We are waiting for the 200 meters, semi-final 1. Where we will be able to see if these athletes will be able to run 22:57. If you look at their times, we have 2 athletes, Lois Morara and Esther Mbagari, who have run 23:40 and 23:62 respectively. So they really need to push themselves so that they can be able to run 22:57 and qualify for the event, for the Olympic Games. That is, they have to do this during the finals, or even now. Someone can qualify even during the semi-finals and get that qualification time. Good to see some of the retired athletes walking around here. Actually, I met Ezekiel Kemboy down there. He's here. He's cheering the athletes, and it's a good motivation. Now, if you see Ezekiel Kemboy, now we have Matelong. What do you expect from the Steeplechase race tomorrow?
Something great, because we know that we've had a couple of hiccups in the last few years in the steeplechase, losing the world crown, losing the Olympics, and of course losing the status as one of the best steeplechasing countries in the world. And it's something that can change with new ways of approaching, because you find that the likes of Girma and El Bakali have always use the same direct approach, whereby they slow the pace and then decide to go fast like a bullet in the last two laps of the 3,000 meters steeplechase. And I'm sure the likes of Serem, the likes of Biwot, these are athletes who have raced amongst themselves, and they know exactly what it takes to win a 3,000 meters steeplechase race. So it will be very interesting to see who gets selected in the men's category to compete in the 3,000 meters steeplechase. But there's a huge task ahead. Wrestling the Olympic crown from El Bakali, and of course ensuring that the likes of Girma, who's the world record holder over the distance, is tamed, and a couple of Ethiopians also coming up really well. And that shows you that it's not easy in the men. But you know, with Kenya, we always say that it is something that is possible if we do everything correctly. And I believe this time round we've learned from the mistakes. And when you see the likes of Kemboi here, you're like, yes. When these athletes are competing, they look up to Kemboi and say that we want to do the way you did it in Rio 2016. We want to see how it's possible for us to get these qualification times and, of course, eventually win the gold medal like you did in London, like you did in Athens, like you did in Beijing. All those gold medals that have come Kenyan ways. And, of course, the dominance that has been there is something that cannot be taken for granted. Like, it was like a birthright for Kenya to win the 3,000 meters steeplechase, but it's no longer the case at the moment, and it now begins with better preparations, a better team selected for the Paris 2024 Olympics.
Yeah, that's true, and of course, as you've said, a lot of athletes who are here working, retired athletes, looking at how the upcoming are doing. Do you remember Isabella Ochichi? She's also here. John Gugi, the cross-country man, of course. And of course, many of them, they want to see how the upcoming are doing this event, because going to the Olympics this is one of the most prestigious events in the athletics world. Of course, we have World Championships, we have the Diamond Leagues, but Olympics is one of the big titles that an athlete is always looking forward to, and which happens, of course, after every 4 years. Talking about the steeplechase event, as you've said, as you've termed it, it's a tall order to. But I think we need to understand that when coronavirus came in, I think there was a gap. There were some athletes who lost some mentorship and some training, because we had to transition from the junior to the senior. So there was a gap that I think affected even Kenyans. And it has been our tradition to win this event for many years. But now with of course, you remember El Bakali, it took a lot of time before he came in, after Kemboi was really giving him a lot of hard time. But it was now his time, because he has been looking for this title for a very long time. And of course, it is his time to shine now. Of course, recently you saw how he competed at the Diamond League. He's been struggling also with an injury. He was coming back. And there is also Girma. And Girma is a silent guy. You never know what he's planning. Actually, the athletes from Ethiopia, they've hidden their cards. Many athletes, Solomon Barega, Aregawi, all those people, all those top names, you don't know what they are doing. But they might surprise us during the Olympic Games, because even during the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo, we saw Barega surprising us in the 10,000 meters by winning the medal. So you can never know what they're doing. But the best and the good thing to do is, the best medicine is to train hard, so that you can be able to get these medals on offer.
Because first of all, it's about picking the tickets, and you look at the lineups here, you're like, I think it's more like a mini Olympics, because you look at the competition. Look at the 5,000 meters already. We've seen the two queens. I'm talking about Beatrice, Chebet, and Faith Kipyegon. They did really well to ensure that they gave the fans at least something to smile about in the early morning hours here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And we are waiting for the start of the 200 meters, taking quite long. This is a race that some of these athletes will be trying so hard to ensure that they do well and be in the qualification mark, that is 22.50. And looking at semi-final number 1, it is Lois Nyanchoka Morara who actually comes closer to what we expect here, 23.40, with Esther Magari, 23.62. We are also waiting to hear from the ADAC CEO, and Charity is busy looking for the CEO of the Anti-Doping Association of Kenya. Tell us a few things, and we've talked about doping, and the rule was that if you are not tested by May the 3rd, then you are not eligible to running in this event. What's the importance of, let's say, having such tests before the race? Because just recently we saw 33 sportsmen get banned by. But first of all, you'll tell me that in a bit, but I'll be handing you over to Charity, who will be speaking to the CEO of ADAK, yani ADAC.
Madam Sarah Shibutse, how have you been?
I've been very well, thank you so much. It's good to see you.
I wanted to ask about the budget. Do you guys have a budget?
For this financial year? For this financial year, yes, we do. But for next financial year, there have been some budget cuts. We are still in talks with the National Treasury through our PS and our CS, just for the National Treasury to be informed the mandatory requirements from the World Anti-Doping Agency and why, as an institution, our budget needs to be ring-fenced so that we can be able to carry out the core programs of the institution.
How bad is it for us when the budget is cut as a country?
The consequences can be actually quite serious because when the budget is cut, it means that the programs that we are supposed to undertake, the mandatory programs, and this means the testing, the education, the legal prosecution, the I&I, we are unable to undertake the same. And WADA is a very strict regulator. They usually check on a monthly basis to see how many tests we've conducted, how many education sessions we've done, whether we are doing the correct processes on legal prosecution. So if they see that there's nothing happening, then it means that we are not adhering to the World Anti-Doping Code. And they can then write us a letter to explain why. And if the budgets are not enhanced or ring-fenced or reinstated, then we can be declared non-compliant. And that goes through a whole process. But if we are to be declared non-compliant, then it means no Kenyan athlete can participate in any international competition. And this is not only athletics, any sport discipline. Yes.
And how clean is the team that you're sending to Paris?
I'm hoping they are extremely clean because we've been testing them since October last year. And both athletics and even the other sports, we've been testing them a lot. However, you know, an athlete is only as clean as the test they have done that day, because the next day they can have taken something or something can have happened and their sample comes back positive. But what we are urging them is that they be patient. They should not take supplements. They should not take medication without consulting their doctors. If they need to take any medication that is in the prohibited list, that means they are sick and they need to apply for something called a therapeutic use exemption. So we are just urging them to stay clean. They have talent. Our athletes really have talent. And so we are just urging them to rise to the occasion and to work on the talent that they have and not take any performance-enhancing substances.
Thank you so much. It's been nice having you at Athletics Kenya.
Thank you so much also.
That was Madam Sarah Shibutse, the CEO for ADAC. She is talking about the budget cuts that they are facing for the next financial year, and she's talking also about the consequences we're going to face as a country, the probability of the country being declared non-compliant, which we hope that we will not get to that space. And she's also urging the athletes to compete clean. They have enough talent to ensure that they have the medal that they really want, and they can also be able to achieve. She's also advising in case an athlete is not feeling well or there's an issue that is going on, they can consult the doctor and also apply for therapeutic exemption use. Over to you, Mulemi and Rotich, as we move on to the next race.
Thank you so much, Charity. That was a good insight from the ADAC boss, Sarah Shibutse. And of course, Mulemi had asked the importance of this thing. Why are we testing Kenyans so much? This is because Kenya is in category A, of course, in terms of the anti-doping violation rules. And we are there with other about 6 countries. Of course, Ethiopia is inside there, Bahrain is there, and some other countries. So the importance of this thing is to make sure that the athletes who are going to compete in this event at the Olympic Games, or be it Olympic Games, be it World Championships, or any other championship event that Kenya will participate in, we have clean athletes. Clean athletes will be able to compete fairly and squarely. And that is why the Federation plus the National Olympics Committee wanted, of course, to take an athletes who will be able they will be able to compete well and finish the event well without any mark, or we say in Kiswahili, dosari. So going forward, that is what we need to do as a country, so that we can be able to get out of that category A and even be in category B or C. And I think we found ourselves in this situation, in this category A, because I think, one, Kenya has a lot of athletes, very many athletes, spread all across all of a marathon, half marathon, 10-kilometer road races, 5-kilometer road races. And then, of course, we have the athletes running in track events. So many of them were found to have violated the doping rules. So that is why we found ourselves in that category. We are waiting for the 200 meters race event. And I can see they're getting ready from the other side, from the call room. I can see the men are already out. I don't know which race will start, but according to the list, is 200 meters. Semi-final 1 and semi-final 2. The first semi-final has 4 athletes: Delisha Etiang in lane 3, Susan Nyambura in lane 4, Lois Nyanchoka Morara in lane 5, and Esther Bagari in lane 6. And of course, the second semi-final, we have Doreen Waka in lane 3, Gladys Mumbe in fourth lane, Lucia William Morris in the 5th lane, Lillian Diana Aoko Owako, a long name, that is in lane 6, and then Diana Chebet in lane 7. Diana Chebet also is one of the upcoming athletes whom she has been really doing well. I remember she was in the team that went to the World Relay Championships. And she has been performing so well and coming up very well. I can see the men are the ones now going to the start line. I think there is a changeover. The men's 200, the first semi-final, that is the first semi-final, are going to the blocks to start the race. And, see how they will perform, because qualification mark in the men's 200 meters is 20.16, and Dan Kiviazia Samba has run close to that. He has run 27.1, and he is in semi-final 1. Let's So let's see how he will perform here. Of course, he is seeking to make to the finals tomorrow because we have 3 semifinals today in the 200 meters men's race. So we'll see how he will perform. And then, of course, in the 200 meters, we have Atem Deng from South Sudan who is seeking to qualify. Simani Regau, Samuel Chege Waweru, Dennis Kiprono, Esbon Oduor, Ochieng, Francis Waithera, Gitau. Oh, that is the second semi-final, where also Samuel Chege Waweru has managed to run 20.63, which is still close to the 20.16 mark. So we are going to see how this race unfolds. Remember, they have to qualify with 20.16 so that they can be able to join the team that will be heading to Paris. And as I said earlier, we have a small tower, a small Paris tower, just at the dais, at the front of the dais here. There is a small tower. Maybe before they start, maybe the cameraman can show us the tower here. The small tower, the small Paris tower here. The cameraman can show us because it's called a mini Olympics. So actually we are going there. So we are actually there. We are actually in Paris, but of course in Nairobi. But these are what the team that will be selected here. Most of the athletes are going to bring medals home. But it is really competitive, and we don't know how if Kenya will be able to improve on their medal harvest, or they will be able to lose some of the medals. Of course, our prayer is to see Kenyans winning, Kenyans doing better, bringing medals. We want to see Omanyala finishing at the podium position. So that is what Kenyans expect, and we are here to see who will make the team tomorrow after the trials. So they were 200 meters. Andrea Abiam will be in lane 2. And then Robin Wanjala Wateba in lane 3. Then Richard Ogutu. We have Dan Kaviasi and Moses Wasike Onyango in lane 6. And then lane 7. Moses Wasike actually is in lane 6, and then Kun Wariel Liam is in lane 7. Okay, they've changed over. Kwan Ralim will be in lane 8. Moses Wasika, lane 7. Dan Kiviasi, lane 6. Richard Ogutu, lane 4. And then lane 3, Robin Wanjala and Andrea Abiem in lane 1.
And we are ready for the start of the 200 meters. And off they go smoothly. Watch out for David Asamba in lane number 5. And he takes that bend very nicely as we speak. Of course, Robinson Wanjala Wateba also trying in. But then that is David Kiviasi Asamba. But then Moses Wasike Onyango ran in the 100 meters, but here comes teaming in 21.40, just ahead of Kasamba to win the 200 meters semi-final number 1. And of course, we are waiting for the second one. And we are looking at the time here. 20.16 is the qualification time, but here 21.47 is the unofficial time, of course. Moses Wasike Onyango, winner of the first semi-final, and that is Dan Kiviasi, who came in second, and we recap this one. Look at the confidence in these athletes. Wasike Onyango, concentration levels, and of course Dan Kiviasi was also eagerly waiting for this moment. And off they got very, very smoothly in this 200 meters. Look at how they took that bend. It was shoulder to shoulder between Kiviasi and Onyango. Kiviasi slightly taking the lead on the 150, but then Moses Wasike Onyango deciding to take it a notch higher, and that is where it became evident that Wasike was going to ensure that he takes this home and ran a very good race, accelerating past with Kiviasi, and that was Moses Wasike Onyango piping Kiviasi with the man from Police, Richard Ogutus, competing in his second race of the day, coming in third. So that signaled the end of the first semi-final, and we are ready for semi-final number 2. And semi-final number 2.
I'm joined here by Dan Kiviasi. Yeah? Race imekuwa vipi kwa?
Race imekuwa poa, going through the rounds until tomorrow ndio tutaona how to do the finals. Yeah.
What's your plan?
My plan is actually the coach is the one who has the plan. So maybe today, after today's execution, we'll see how to go about it tomorrow to see if we can get the qualification mark. Yeah, sure.
How well are you prepared? Unaonaje?
Because it's well prepared, waiting for tomorrow, the big day. That's the qualifying day. Yeah, sure.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was Dan Kiviasi. He's talking about his strategy for tomorrow in qualifying in the 200 meters final. As we move on to the next semi-final, I hand you over to Greg and Rotich on the other side.
Watch out for Samuel Chege Waweru in lane number 5, the man currently on your screens. And then there is Dennis Kiprono, Sam Simani Regau, Francis Waidera Gitau. And off you go, 3 on this one, but Samuel Chege off like lightning. Simani Regau trying from the outside, but then watch out for Samuel Chege. It is the battle between Chege and Wiseman Were. It is Were versus Chege, and Were will take it home, 20.80. Samuel Chege looks a little bit dejected, but then it was all about Wiseman Were coming into this one. Nobody saw that coming. Wiseman Were, we know, is very, very, very good at the 400 meters hurdles. Already is qualified for the Olympics, but in 200 meters, 20.60. Simani Regau couldn't even match them, and that shows you that sprinting is all about the techniques, and I think Wiseman Were has done really well as he tries secure yet another chance to compete in the in the Paris Olympic. And look at how Chege just came off the blocks, and Wiseman Were just came out of nowhere and decided to take matters. Look at how he takes that bend nicely. Samuel Chege was way, way, way ahead, but then watch at how Wiseman Were, he's really improved in such moments, and look at how well he controlled this race coming into the 100-meter mark. He was sure that he was going to take this home. But also, like the acceleration of Samuel Chege, he really tried to catch up with Wiseman Were, heading into the last 30 to the 20, and eventually passing the Paris Monument. And you could feel that Chege still had some energy to push it all the way, but Wiseman Were was really, really strong, just crossing the finishing line ahead of Samuel Chege. And I hand you over to Charity, who is speaking to Mr. Wiseman Were.
Maybe as we wait, maybe we can just mention that Wiseman Were has been in Japan for some weeks, or about a month. He has been there training. Of course, And you know, training for sprinters in Japan, what it means. So maybe he's really improving. He's improved in his performance, and I think he's going to do better this season. Over to you, Charity.
Where? How are you? How far your journey? How has it been for preparing for Olympics? You qualified during the Kipkeino. So far, how has it been for you?
It has been good, and it was the process, day in, day out. I'm okay.
What's your approach tomorrow?
Surprise. Yeah.
You've ran in the 200 meters race, huh? And we usually see you in the 400 meters hurdles. Today, what were you looking?
It's just about speed, then we wait. Yeah.
You can move over.
And we wait for the third semi-final of the 200 meters. Eric Kimati in lane number 1, David Asaye in lane number 2, Edwin Omondi in lane number 4, Mike Mokamba in lane number 5, Dennis Nyongesa in lane number 6, Ronald Kipron in lane number 7, and then Michael Aboda in lane number 8. Silence for action. And off they go smoothly. A border of the blocks like lightning. He knows that it is his only chance to compete here tomorrow because he was knocked out of the 200 meters. But then watch out for this man, Edwin Omondi. It is a border, Omondi, and of course Mokamba in that order, 21.10. Mike Mokamba just edging out Dennis Nyongesa, Edwin Omondi, and of course Mike Aboda. Mike Mokamba will be in tomorrow's final. And that signals the end of the 200 meter semifinals. Mike Aboda, of course, getting a second chance. To compete in that one as we await for Charity to get ready for the interviews. As we recap the last 200 meters. Charity, if you are ready with the interviews, you can take it away. And that is Mike Mokamba as we await for Charity to get ready with the interviews. As Mike Mokamba steaming in past Dennis Nyongesa to claim victory. Michael Aboda of Uganda coming from the outside really, really strongly. And I bet he might have just about finished third in that one. The next event, of course, the 1,500 meters men final. Another race that will be looking at it very, very carefully because the likes of Timothy Cheruiyot, Reynold Kipkorir, Brian Komen, Daniel Munguti, Vincent Keter, Abel Kipsang, Matthew Kipchumba Kipsang, Charles Simotuo, Kamare Tiang, Boaz Kiprugut, Ronald Musagala of Uganda, and Ezekiel Letaya will be competing in the 1,500 meters. But first of all, Mike Mokamba is talking to Charity.
Mike, this year you've been into several races. How is the journey for you so far for the Olympics?
The journey so far has been good. I've been doing season based on all my races, and I'm hoping tomorrow it will be a good day for me. Yeah.
Looking for back at the release in Bahamas, what was your biggest lesson and coming back and doing your training?
During the Bahamas, we had a little bit of challenges. We have some travel hiccups, and looking forward, we hope the federation and the Ministry of Sport will look upon it. Yeah.
Your approach for tomorrow?
Just read the qualifying mark.
All the best. I'm also joined by a musician here, Tuvi Nova. Tuvi, tell us about your song.
Okay, my song is about Kenyans. It's the first song I sang inaitwa We Are Kenya. It's a song ya athletes. And then the second song inasema Paris Get Ready. So it's all about athletes.
What inspired you in doing the songs?
Oh my goodness. Kuwaona tu akikimbia. And actually back then I used to run also when I was in school. But saizi vile siezi kimbia. So nikafikiria like what other way naweza fanya tuseme kuwa inspire ama kwa nasemaje sasa the way you feeling that unaona ile unasikianga ile kuwa proud of them. So what other way can I do to make them feel like tunawapenda, sijui hata nisemaje. I have that love for them. That's all.
Perhaps you give us a small paragraph
about the song. Okay, maybe chorus ya hiyo wimbo ya kwanza inasema We are Kenya. Enda tuangalie kwa channel zangu.
For people who would like to to listen to the song, where would they find it?
Okay, my social media platforms naitwa Tuminova Official everywhere, YouTube, TikTok, kila mahali. Bana about the songs mnaweza kupata kwa YouTube at Tuminova Officials. Yeah.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you.
That was Mike Mokamba. The first one was the first interview was about Mike Mokamba trying to hit his qualifying mark in the 200 meters. He's saying that if he had hoped that he would be able to make it during the relays and qualify, but due to the travel hiccups, he was not able. And then the second interview was about a musician. She is a patriotic artist. She sings about Team Kenya. The song that she sang about is We Are Kenya, and she's called Tuvi Nova. Over to you, Greg and Rotich, as we move to the next race.
And of course, the only guy there, you watch the president the other day, that was the new
Thank you, Charity. And we are now ready for the 1,500 meters, a race that promises fireworks, a race that promises to produce someone who will challenge Jacob Ingebrigtsen for the Olympic title. Remember, he just piped Mr. Timothy Cheruiyot in Tokyo 2020. Watched him 2 days ago reclaim victory in Rome to claim the European Championship. But then he dived to claim victory in the Diamond League the other day. Is his time over?
Actually, the dive was so good. I didn't expect that. But he's coming back, of course, from an injury. And most of these athletes normally get injuries, of which is not good for them. And Jacob coming back from an injury is still dangerous. But of course, we have also our own Timothy, he has come back also from injury. And he looks strong because he made that guy dive for the finish line. And seeing him today running, of course, I know this is a final race. They have to qualify, so that they have qualified already, of course. But we have to see who are going to make the first three positions or the first two. And we don't know if the third athlete will be selected from the panel. But normally the rule is the first two to cross the line. And if you see, they are still warming up. I think there is a problem with the starting machine. And looking at the lineup, somebody like Ezekiel Etaya, we have good upcoming athletes here. Ezekiel Etaya, Boaz Kiprugut. Boaz has been running so well this season. Kamara Tiang, we have Charles Simatua, Matthew Kipsang, and then of course Vincent Keter, Daniel Munguti. By the way, watch on Daniel Munguti here today. we might surprise you here because he's also training in Kericho with Gabriel Kiptanui. And then we have Brian Komen, Reynolds Cheriot, Timothy Cheriot, Abel Kipsang. The field is rich. And I think it will be a very competitive race here today. So we don't know who will win, who will take the second position. But as we said, we are here to make sure that those who are not at the stadium will be able to see those who will make it to the Olympics.
Of course, watch out for Timothy Cheriot, silver medalist in Tokyo. And of course, just the other day, he just about lost it to Mr. Inga Brassen, but he looks really, really strong. Seems to have shrugged off the injury that messed him up for close to 2 seasons. And we are ready for the 1,500 meters, the men's final. And there is also, you've talked about Kiprugut. I'm also looking at Abel Kipsang, a really, really strong athlete, and likes this track of Nyayo National Stadium. And we'll be waiting to see 3.5 laps. Tough one. What are your expectations? And of course, it will be fast and furious. The 1 mile, they call it in the United States, but in Kenya, we call it the 1,500 meters. And if you're joining us, those are the participants. The lineup for the 1,500 meters. Timothy Cheriot, 2019 world champion, silver medalist just the other day. And of course, he's the man who's back in his best form. The man who everyone will be watching. Vincent Keter, former junior world champion, is also in the house. Daniel Munguti, another very, very great name. He's back in top form. Boaz Kiprugut, 3 minutes, 39.23 coming into this one. So who has what it takes to make it to the top 2 and qualify for the Paris 2024 Olympics?
And of course, this season Jacob has run the fastest time. He has 3:29.74. Then followed by our very own Timothy Cheriot, who has done 3:29.77. That is this season. And we have an athlete from France who is third with 30:30.80. And of course, remember, to qualify for this event, you have to run 3:33.50 to qualify for the Olympic Games. So we have Reynold Kipkorir Cheriot, who was also qualified already. And then we have Brian Komen. They have started all so well. There they go. And Brian Komen has run 3:32.29, also qualifying for the Olympic Games. Those are the Kenyans so far who have qualified for the Olympic Games. And Daniel Munguti, 3:33.71, he still has to lower a little bit to get qualification here today. And since he's here, and of course Vincent Keter, he has done 3:34. And given that they are here today, they'll be able to also maybe push the pace and qualify for this event. The first lane done, they are here doing very well. As you can see, Reynold is leading the pack. And of course, we have Vincent alongside him. And of course, Charles Simoto following closely from behind. Timothy Cheriot now coming from behind. Is in a BIP number 148. We have Vincent Keter also. So of course, Timothy now taking control of the race. He's now taken the lead. And the others are now chasing up to catch up with him. It will be a competitive race, I must say.
Of course, 1.01 in the first lap. That was the split. And you look at the way the likes of Timothy Cheriot, Abel Kipsang, Vincent Keter, Boaz Kiprugut are taking this race. This is going to be very, very interesting as they head towards the last 1.5 laps of this race. And it is very, very close. Vincent Keter in third, Abel Kipsang in second, and Timothy Cheriot, of course, the former world champion. In 2019, he won gold in Doha, Qatar, just piping the current world champion, Jacob Ingebrigtsen. And of course, he looks to be a man who is in great shape with that unique way of running leans forward just a little bit and to ensure that he's got that balance. Of course, in second place is Abel Kipsang, Vincent Keter in third, and of course, far from the outside is Brian Komen, who's trying really hard to come from the inside. Daniel Munguti right now occupying the second place as they head towards the last 1.5 laps of this race. And that is Chariot, Abel Kipsang, and of course, Reynold Kipkorir, who's hitting from the outside. But then Timothy Chariot still in the picture. Boaz Munguti coming from the outside. Daniel Munguti rather, as they hit the bell. Timothy Chariot in the lead. Daniel Munguti still there. Reynold Kipkorir still there. Vincent Keter dropping further into the middle pack. But then it is Timothy Chariot still waiting to see who will challenge him for the top honors. Reynold Kipkorir currently in second. Daniel Munguti in third place. Abel Kipsang falling into fourth. And of course from the outside is Brian Komen. This is getting interesting. Reynold Kipkorir trying to pass, but then Timothy Chariot has the answers to the questions they are asking. This is going to be very, very intense. Timothy Chariot versus Daniel Munguti. As Bernard had said it, it's going to be very interesting. And from the outside, Brian Komen rising the crowd here at the Nyayo National Stadium. It is Timothy Chariot still hanging in there, ensuring that he's on top of his game. It is Chariot leading all the way. Munguti trying from the outside, but then it's Reynold Kipkorir who will be taking this home, and 3:35.63.
I told you about Munguti. I told you to watch on Munguti. Is the second position, and of course Timothy coming in third. And for Chariot, it was really a good race for him, a strong comeback. And I think Munguti has also he had done his homework well, because he started sprinting from the 200 meters mark, and that is how he got the others off guard, and they were trying to chase them.
Of course, this has been very, very pulsating, and of course, you couldn't predict who's going to win this one, because Munguti was coming from the outside, Reynold was coming from the other side, and of course, Timothy Chariot was hanging in there to ensure that everything that happened in style. Watch out at Timothy Chariot, watch out at Reynold. Munguti from the outside. Abel Kipsang didn't even have the answers to that, and Brian Komen tried so hard to come from the outside to see if he could beat Timothy Chariot, who was in cruise control. But then watch out for this man, Daniel Munguti. He seemed to have the gas in the cylinders, even as the rest were really grasping for air. But then, watch out for the man biting his necklace, his chain there. He came from the inside, decided that I'm going to go in between Timothy Chariot and Daniel Munguti. This man, Reynold, look at how strong he came into that one. He was so far behind, but then watch out on the 150. That was really, really strong, and credit to this man, Reynold Kipkorir, Chariot. Look at how he took that bend, and that is why it matters most, by the way, because you look at how he takes it, the confidence. He knew that he had the stride, he knew that he had the energy, he knew that he had what it takes to ensure that everything that he wanted went his way. Look at that. Daniel Munguti on the outside, Timothy Chariot on the inside, but then they forgot that there is Reynold, who just decided, let me go in between Munguti and Chariot and probably have a chance. And that is how it went into the home stretch. Very, very interesting. And you could see Munguti really struggling from the outside, rousing the crowd here at the Nyayo National Stadium. And of course, the Brian Komen, who tried to come from the outside, didn't even have an answer to anything that Reynold, of course, Timothy and Munguti had. And then look at how Mr. Reynold from the inside, ensuring that he broke clear to win the 1,500 ticket. Daniel Munguti finishing second, and of course, Timothy Chariot coming in third and making sure that either of them will be qualifying to represent Kenya at the Paris 2024 Olympics.
Well, it was an interesting race, of course. It was a powerful one, and seeing Reynold winning the trials here is really good, because he's just come from the junior event. He has been winning in the junior events, and now this will be first Olympic event. And then, of course, talking about Munguti, the other time he helped Kenya during the Belgrade World Cross Country. He helped Kenya during the mixed 2-kilometer race in Belgrade. He helped Kenya bag a gold medal. So he was saying that he is going to continue with his training so that he can be able to represent Kenya at the Olympic trials. And I think his prayers has been answered because he must have done so well and done his homework so well so that he could only...
I feel great because being an injury for long, around 8 months, and now I make the team for Kenya team for Olympics. I feel happy. Yeah.
So far, how is your body?
My body now is getting better every day, and I hope for the few months remaining, I will champion on speed work, endurance, and I hope I will get a medal in Olympics.
Thank you so much. I move over as we have more. As we wait for Cheriot and Munguti. Reynold Cheriot. Timothy is just back from an injury. He's saying that so far he's feeling so well and he's been able to gauge his body, so he's going to be working on endurance and speed. So far he's done a lot of races that are meant for. He's done the 5,000 meter race and he also raced in the 800 to look for speed. I'm waiting for Reynold Cheriot. As we wait for Munguti, Reynold, karibu sana. How is it for you so far?
The race of the day was good for me. I did not go on any challenges, but I was having the strong competitive because I was counting the people who have qualified. So and everybody there was strong. So I was making position. When I came position 3, I am okay, but I am thank God I became position 1.
Reynold, safari yako ya kuqualify itakuwa Olympics yako ya kwanza, imekuwa vipi kwako?
Safari yangu sasa kwenda Olympic. So last year nilikuwa World Championship na niliweza kujifunza maneno mingi. So kitinawaambia sasa tukienda camp, tunaenda walk na huyu jamaa wangu, tukienda huko Paris, kila kitu itakuwa sawa. So,
all the best and congratulations. That was Reynold Cheriot. Well, he has already qualified for the Olympics and is looking forward to better performance at the World Championship. After he learned several lessons during the World Championship and is looking forward to making a good time at the Olympics. As I wait for Mangat has not yet qualified for the Olympics. Maybe we're going to see what the judge's decision is going to be. Probably he's going to be looking for another race and be given to look for the opportunity to qualify before the qualifying window closes. Over to you, Greg and Rotich, as we wait for Munguti to come.
Very insightful interviews there by Charity. Has been speaking to Reynold Cheriot, and of course we shift focus to the 400 meters hurdles women semi-final. We'll have 2 of those ones, and after 3 actually semi-finals in the 400 meters women hurdles, 2 of them I'm told 2 400 meters hurdles women finals. In the first semi-final we have Jen Wangari Chege, Vanis Kerubo Nyasigera, there is Rahab Wanjiru Ndirangu, Diana Chebet, and of course Gladys Ngure. And I'm being informed that Charity has one more interview from the interview area. So we hand you over to Charity, who's bringing us plenty of insights from the track side.
Okay. Thank you so much, Greg. I'm joined here by Daniel Munguti. Munguti, you finished second, but you don't have the qualifying mark for the Olympics. What's your plan before the window closes?
Kwanza kabisa naweza mshukuru Mungu kwa kuwa ameniwezesha kupata slot ambayo ndio kila mkimbiaji alikuwa anatarajia. Ya pili kuhusu hiyo qualifying mark. So I have to first go and settle with my coach. Then from there, he will give me a way forward on how I'll get the qualification.
Pengine going back, kwa mazoezi ni nini utafocus nao sana sana?
Kwa mazoezi naweza sema kwa sasa haiko sawa sawa. Ile tu
bado sijapata ile faster course. So nikipata ile faster course ambayo ni straw, I hope I will get the slot.
All the best and congratulations.
Thank you.
That was Daniel Munguti. Daniel Munguti has booked a slot but has not yet qualified for the Olympics. He's hoping that he'll be able to meet the qualifying mark before the window closes, and he's saying that he needs to go and sit down with his coach and plan which race is going to participate, and he's hoping that he'll be able to find a faster course for him to be at the Paris. Over to you, Rotich and Mulemi.
Multiple connectors. Martin and I are friends at Docker High School. I live in the States. I just came last night. So there's a story I told him about that we want to, so he can connect you and me.
Okay, that's
Kesho
fine.
tutakuja, I'll come back tomorrow.
Sawa, sawa.
Okay.
All right, all the best.
And next time you don't give wallet to the brother only.
And the finals of the 800 meters women.
I'm really sorry about that.
We want to continue appreciating our fans because they've come out in numbers as we continue to appreciating our champions, including Patrick Macau, the holder of a world record.
So we await for the start of the 400 meters hurdle semi-final. In semi-final number 1 we'll have Jane Wangari Chege, Vanis Kerubo Nyagisera, Rahab Wanjiru Ndirangu, Diana Chebet and Gladys Ngure.
As we slowly get closer to the next event, the 400 meters hurdles for women finals, 400 meters women semis, 400 meters men.
In semi-final number 2,
The 800 meters women finals, including Mary Mara, the world champion from
so the 400 meters women final, the start list. In lane number 3 will be Jane Wangari Chege. In lane number 4 will be Vanis Kerubo Nyagisera. In lane number 5, Rahab Wanjiru Ndirangu. In lane number 6 will be Diana Chebet and Gladys Ngure. But if we recap the 1,500 meters, almost all athletes in that pool world class. Tells you something special, but there's that elusive goal that everyone is fighting for. Are we able to see it coming home this time round?
Well, thank you, Mulem. What I can say is that the athletes have shown that they really have that capability of bringing it home. But 1500 is more of a calculative race, just like what we saw here, sprinting from maybe 200 meters. If you do sprinting from to 200 meters, that shows that you have that endurance to sustain the sprinting up to the finish line. But you cannot sprint at 200 meters and then at the 50 meters you are done. So you have to do a calculative race. And for us to get the medal, for us to bring up home the medals, we have to really fight and see how we can wrestle it out from Jacob. Of course, Jacob is very good. He normally runs from behind. He is really talented. I saw Jacob in Norway in 2018 when he was running the junior event. And the way he was running, you could tell it that this athlete is going to be a very good athlete. And indeed, it came to pass. So seeing him running right now, of course, he's coming back from injury. Kenyans have to really calculate so well on how to wrestle back that medal. And we hope from the 3 athletes that will be selected here today, I think they will be able to sit down and watch. I think the best thing also for these officials is to let athletes watch how the races have been doing, how they've been unfolding, so that they can be able to know what awaits them ahead going forward.
Daniel Munguti, Reynold Kipkorir, Cheruyot, and of course Timothy Cheruyot, the athletes who have actually finished on the podium here at the Nyayo National Stadium in the 1,500 meters. But we are ready for the 400 meters women hurdles. In lane number 7, I can see it is Gladys Ngure. And in lane number 5, Rahab Wanjiru Ndirangu. So the final will have only 2 athletes.
Those are the finalists for the men 200 meters tomorrow.
As we recap results from the morning event where we had Faith Kipyegon reign supreme in a time of 14 minutes 46.28 to claim victory in the 5,000 meters ahead of Beatrice Chebet, who came in second, 14 minutes 52.55 seconds. In the triple jump men final, Gilbert Kemoy won a distance of 15.17 seconds ahead of Isaac Kira, who jumped a distance of 14.78. In the 800 meters men semi-final number 1, Alex Nyayo keeping a teach as he likes reigning at home, 146.94, winning the first semi-final in the 800 meters. Nicholas Kebenei came in second in a time of 1 minute 47.04 seconds. And Koitatoi Kidali came in third in a time of 1 minute 47.19. In the second semi-final, the 800 meters, Laban Kipchepkwony piped Wycliffe Kinyamal in a time of 1 minute 46.21. And of course, Kinyamal coming in second in a time of 1 minute 46.70. In the third semi-final, Aaron Kemenei Cheminingwa won in a time of 1 minute 47.20 ahead of Kelvin Kimtai Loti and Noah Kibet. In the 100 meters hurdles, I'll be giving you the results shortly as we get off. In the 400 meters women hurdles, Gladys Ngure versus Rahab Wanjiru, and Gladys Ngure straight away, as she did in the 100 meters hurdles, comes out really strongly off the blocks as she takes that bend and to the 200 meter mark. Rahab Wanjiru also trying so hard to ensure that they beat the time. 54.55 is the qualification mark. And now it is all about Ngure and Rahab Wanjiru. Rahab Wanjiru now taking over the mantle. Rahab Wanjiru into the last 150, into the last 3 hurdles. It is Wanjiru versus Ngure. It is Rahab Wanjiru now stretching that lead and being cheered home. Will she make it? 54.55 is the qualification time. But she's not going to make it, but she's going to claim the victory. It is Rahab Wanjiru who will be the winner of the 400 meters hurdles women, 1 minute 0.01 seconds.
Mulemi, what I can tell you is that we have talent. Seeing these athletes, how they are running, it's just a matter of fine-tuning, and they are world class. So congratulations to them. They've done well. Of course, there are only 2. You need to be a full squad so that you can be able to pressurize yourselves. But seeing them running here today, only 2 of them, they've really done us proud as Kenyans. And I know they are going places. They are going to get better. I know of Gladys Ngure. I've been following her, how she's running, and she's a good athlete. Maybe a recap, going back to the event, the 3,000 steeplechase women. Someone somewhere was commenting that all the athletes come from South Rift. They come from South Rift. And then, of course, you saw Timothy Cheriot, Reynold, and of course Munguti. They also come from South Rift. I think there's something about this South Rift. They are really performing so well, and we need to get this secret so that we can be able to get other athletes from Iten and other areas like Kapsabet get to do well also. So as I said, the athletes are doing. That's a recap of the event. These athletes are doing so well. Just a small fine tuning, and they'll be able to do very well. And as I said earlier, that we need these sprinters should be taken to a lower altitude level so that when they come here, they really have to do better. I think we need to get more statistics on what they need to do so that we can also, because talent, we have talent. athletes are there. We have talent.
Look at the technique by Rahab Wanjiru to pipe Ngure, who seems to be tired after the 100 meters hurdles in the morning. And this is what it is all about, claiming victory. And Rahab Wanjiru really did well to claim victory, especially towards the last 3 hurdles of this race, and she claimed victory in a very spectacular manner and winning that one. Gladys Ngure coming in second, past the Paris Tower, and that is Rahab Wanjiru and Gladys Ngure, the only 2 competitors in the 400 meters hurdles. And we have the semi-final for the 400 meters women. There'll be 2 semi-finals here. Marion Chepchumba, Joan Cherono, Shida Lenye of Uganda, Veronica Mutua, Jacqueline Njala, and Janet Jepkoech. That will be the lineup for the first semi-final. And the second semi-final, of course, it will be Faith Mora, Maureen Nyatithi Thomas, Mercy Chebet, Gladys Mumbe, and Mercy Adija. And we also await for a couple of interviews from Charity. She's given us insights from ADAC, she's given us insight from these athletes, and of course, we'd like to hear from the Athletics Kenya administration and also the National Olympic Committee if there is anything they can say as the trials take shape. And if you're joining us, we are in the last session of day 1. The Kenya trials for the Olympics happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium. As we await for the athletes to come out of the call room to compete in this 400 meters semi-final. I was taking you through some of the results, and in the 100 meters hurdles, Rukia Nusra Omulisi of Kenya finished in a time of 13.67 seconds ahead of Gladys Ngure, Jane Wangari Chege, and Veronica Chebet. In the 800 meters, we already talked about the 800 meters, but in the 110 meters men final, Michael Nzuku 14.49 to win the race ahead of Edwin Kimtaito, Bennett Nzima, and Gilbert Koech. In the shot put men final, of course, taking place at the Kasarani Annex, Peter Kamau Mwangi through a distance of 15.98 ahead of Benson Washira Maina, who through a distance of 15.23 ahead of Caleb Chepkwony, 14.90. In the high jump men final, Asbel Kiprop, 2.10. And it is a time that was not really I'm looking at Asbel Kiprop, who threw a distance of 2.10 meter to win the men high jump ahead of Vincent Kipkoech, and that is the 1,500 meters recap. You look at how Timothy Cheruyot was controlling the race. And coming into this one, in the 100 meter semi-final. In semi-final number 1, Makotieno Diambo 10.26 to claim victory ahead of Meshak Babu 10.31, Benson Okot 10.70. And in semi-final number 2, Hesbon Ochieng 10.44, Tyson Omoni Juma 10.54, Charles Nyamwea 10.58. In semi-final number 3, Ferdinand Omanyala 10.09. Pius Adom 10.70 and Moses Wasike Onyango 10.80.
So I want to introduce you to this gentleman here. He's called Nyayo. Nyayo will tell us why the record has not been broken since 1970.
Remember, after the 400 meters, both men and women semi-final, we have the 800 meters women final, where I know Bernard will have great interest. The 800 meters semi-final, and the final, of course. And I'm looking at Sylvia Chemutai Chesebe, Namglorious Chepchumba, Sarah Mora, Vivian Chebet Kiprotich, Mary Mora, Naomi Korir, Lilian Odira, Perit Lokure Nakang, and Mweni Kalimi. But first of all, I know there's a lot happening at the trackside. And Charity, if you got anything new, please take us up to speed. Of course, Charity tells me she'll be speaking to Coach Bernard Ouma. Of course, one of the best sprinting coaches in the country, as we await for athletes come out of the call room for the 400 meters women semi-finals. And we were talking about the 800 meters women final. And of course, we have, of course, the crowd favorite Mary Mora is there. But then we have the likes of Lilian Odira, who's run really well this year.
Yeah, the race is actually competitive. Looking at the season, we have our athletes. Of course, Mary Mora will be, all eyes will be on Mary Mora, how she will be competing here today. But I think she has to really work hard, of course, because the world outside is really waiting for her. Because if you look at the season right now, I was checking on the season, and we have the Great Britain athlete Kelly Hodgson. She has the fastest time of 1:55.78, and of course Mary Mora is the second with 1:56.71. Okay, let me hand over to Charity, who wants to talk to former world champion Milka Chemos. Over to you, Charity.
Thank you so much, Rotich and Mulemi. I'm here joined by the athlete representative, Milka Chemos. Chemos, you've been doing a wonderful job. How is it being retiring from the track now, managing the athletes' welfare?
Okay, I can say this is the best thing that, if you have that passion in athletics, you'll know that it is the thing that you like it. And personally, as Chemos, I like it because after my retirement, I came to management, and it's not easy, but again, I can say I'm still managing well.
You've watched the 3,000 meter steeplechase. What was the most impressive part of that race for you?
Okay, when I saw the young girl, Faith, beating this Beatrice, who is so senior and most experienced, so I can say the future in steeplechase is well, and we hope for the best for that young athlete.
Yeah. You've been a 3,000 meter steeplechase champion, and now you're having athletes who are managing their welfare. Do you see us bringing back the gold from Paris?
Of course, we as Kenyans, as athletics fraternity, we always hope for the gold medal, and that is our best as a Kenyan athlete, and any Kenyan, we always hope for the best.
I see you mostly talk to Faith, trying to encourage her. What do you mostly share about? Do you give her tips of how you used to handle the barriers?
Exactly. I normally talk to her about how to clear the barriers. And in between, before you get any barrier, you need to focus so that when you are going to attack the barrier, you need to have that high speed. So I think Faith is one of the athletes who listens, and any event, she usually practice it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Parting shot for the team?
Sorry?
Parting shot for the team.
Wish you well and let's meet in Paris.
That was Milka Chemos. She's a former 3,000 meter steeplechase champion. She's giving tips and saying that she's also been talking to Faith, encouraging her and giving her the confidence that she needs to handle the barriers for her to become a champion. And she was quite impressed by seeing her beating our record holder here during the trials. We are hoping the best for the 3,000 meters. Over to you, Mulemi, as we wait for Coach Bernard Ouma.
Thank you, Charity. Speaking to Milka Chemos, of course, the athlete's representative for Paris 2024 Olympics. Of course, she's a former champion in the 3,000 meter steeplechase and doing a really good job to ensure that the welfare of athletes is well taken care of as we await for the 400 meters runner to come out of the cold room to compete in the semi-final. This is the second last discipline because after this we'll have the 3,000 meters steeplechase, the 800 meters women final. Of course, Linya Nodira, Naomi Korir, Mary Mora, some of the big names to watch out for in that 800 meters. But then we are here at the Nyayo National Stadium and giving you every bit of action. We were talking about the 100 meters women semi-final. Number one, Monica Safania, 12.23 to win that one ahead of Doreen Waka. And of course, Esther Mbagari, the national champion, claiming victory there, 11.70 in semi-final number 2. Lucia Morris of South Sudan coming in second with Eunice Kadogo in third. In the men category, Marco Tieno won semi-final number 1 ahead of Meshak Babu and Benson Okot. In semi-final number 2, we had Hesbon Oduor Ochieng claiming victory ahead of Tyson Omondi Juma. Sylvester Simiyu came in third. In the third semi-final, we had Ferdinand Omanyala claiming victory ahead of Pius Adom and Moses Wasike Onyango. In the shot put women final, Belinda Oburu, 14.30, claimed victory ahead of Jacqueline Nabuile. And in the 3,000 meters women's steeplechase, of course, two great athletes, Faith Cherotich and Beatrice Chepkoech, winning that one with Beatrice coming in second. But I hand you over to Charity, who's standby with Bernard Ouma.
Thank you so much, Greg Mulemi. I'm here joined by Coach Bernard Ouma. Coach, I was with you when you were watching the race. I saw you were tensed. What was going through your mind during the race?
You know, there's what is called performance anxiety. It is heavy with the athletes, but it is more in it and heavy and packed inside us. However, we don't show it openly, but we fight it. We struggle with it, put a smiling face. And you could see when they cross the line, there's a huge sigh of relief. So that was so nice, what happened there.
What was your analysis for the race?
Yeah, I think it is too tactical, which didn't work well for many of them. You see, 1,500 meters is an endurance event. But you see, we had a mix of 800 meters guy there, so 15.8 and 8.15. So the kickers who were the 800 meters carried the day because they could do that. But the specialists, which are the 1,500 meters specialists, really struggled. If it was a faster race, then you could see a single file and then you could see. So I know the panel of selectors are going to have a hard time selecting a team from that. But that is what happens at the trial. It's more individual effort than team effort. So nobody wanted to go forward. The sad moment could be that you could be number 2, 3, 1, but you don't have the qualifying standard. But of course, you got the placing as per the criteria. Then that brings a lot of hard work going forward. Yeah.
Moving forward, you've watched Timothy compete against the 800-meter athletes and the 1,500. You've said the race was a bit tactical and technical. How are you going to prepare him for the Olympics?
As far as technical preparation is concerned, we've got a template which is working very well. You know very well Timothy is just coming from injury, so we started late. That was an hurdle, but we knew he was going to make it. Now we are very good and free to start working hard. Now our target next is the the Olympic 1500 meter finals. And then from there, we'll choose our color of the medal going forward. Yeah.
You also have a young athlete under your wing, Vincent Keter. Unfortunately, today he was not among the team. What's your plan about him in the future?
You see, Vincent is a 1500 meter specialist. He's not 800 meter. So he really struggled kicking at the last moment. But if it was a faster race, we were seeing somewhere falling top 3, top 4. But it's a good experience for him. He's young. You remember he's the former world under 20, which is a very good transition. Making it to the Olympic trials team, being invited here is itself is a momentum, is a progression, a huge progression that we're really great about it. So going forward is picking up experience, race experience, and running with the top in the world. It's very good.
Now you've also managed to watch the other races. Which was the most impressive race for you today?
I was very happy to see Faith Kipyegon coming back strong. We were having a lot of uncertainty because we've never seen her running this season. She's such a good athlete when she's in good shape. I like her level of confidence and running well in the 5,000 meters. That was commendable. That was very great. So I wish him well. I know he's going to run the 15 tomorrow, which is possible for a double, and that was so great. I only, in my mind personally, I struggle to see a double of 5 and 10. That would be very tough for the ladies, yeah.
Thank you so much, Coach, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Charity. Thanks.
That was Coach Bernard Ouma giving us his insights about the race that he watched and how he was anticipating about Timothy's performance in today's race. And he's also saying that he's quite impressed with seeing Faith back and doing her first track event for the season. It has cleared all the uncertainty that was there, and they know that she can be able to deliver. Over to you, Greg and Rotich on the other side of the studio.
And we are ready for the 400 meters women semi-final number 1. Of course, Marion Jepchumba in lane number 2, Joan Cherono in lane number 3, Shida Lenyi of Uganda in lane number 4, Veronica Kamumbe Mutua in lane number 5, Jacqueline Njala in lane number 6, and Janet Jepkoech in lane number 7. And we are ready for the 400 meters women semi-final number 1. Marion Jepchumba, Joan Gerono, Shida Lenyi, Veronica Kamumbe Mutua, Jacqueline Njala, and of course, Janet Jepkoech. 50.95 is the standard qualification time for the 400 meters. But first of all, it's a ticket to the final. And off they go smoothly, the 400 meters semi-final number 1. Shida Lenyi of Uganda, Veronica Mutua in lane number 5. Jacqueline Njala in lane number 6, but watch out for Shida Lenyi. She looks really confident as they head to the last 200 of this one. And it is Shida Lenyi versus Veronica Mutua. Also watch out for Janet Jepkoech and Jacqueline Njala on the outside. But it's now all about lane number 6. That is Jacqueline Njala still in the lead, together with Veronica Mutua and, of course, Shida Lenyi of Uganda. She looks really strong as they come to the home stretch. It is Shida Lenyi steaming away, Veronica Mutua trying so hard to stay in touch, and, of course, Jacqueline Njala in third. It is Njala and Lenyi, but it will be Shida Lenyi of Uganda claiming victory, 52.30. An official time, of course, Shida Lenyi claiming victory. She looked really confident when she came into this one, and she's claimed that victory. The lady from Uganda who trains here in Nairobi, I think under Coach Bernard Ouma. So these are some of the athletes whom we look forward to and say that anytime the championships is around, she's the one to watch. Shida Lenyi claiming victory in the first semi-final of the 400 meters, but then Veronica Kamumbe Mutua coming in second. And that signals the end of the first semi-final of the 400 meters, and we have one more to go where we have Faith Mora, Maureen Nyatiti Thomas, Mercy Chebet, Gladys Mumbe, and Mercy Adija. And there they go, Bernard. You must talk about this 400 meters. There's no Mary Mora. She wanted to do a double, but it seemed to be a tall order because she'll be running in the 800 meters final later on.
Yeah, that would have been a tall order for her because running 400 and then coming to run again in 800 meters, it couldn't work for her. But she, of course, Mora started with 400 meters before exiting to 800 meters. And it's for an athlete to compete in 400 and then transit to 800, it's easier for her to even do better. And that's why you see Mora is doing very well in the 800 meters race. And as we wait, maybe Charity, you want to talk to Shida Lemi. As we wait, maybe let's talk about the second semi-final. That was Shida Leni who won the race. Maybe as we wait for Charity, we talk about the second semi-final. We have Faith Mora, Maureen Nyatiti Thomas, Mercy Chebet, Gladys Mumbe, and Mercy Adija. I must tell you, Mulemi, this race will be the race will be super fast. You'll see super fast. You'll see athletes here battling for the top positions, and we have to wait and see how they will do. They will do it. And of course, earlier I talked about legends gracing this event, and I'm happy even to see the legend Kipchoge Keino seated at the VIP, watching the race live from the VIP. This is what motivates the athletes, even the former athletes, former legends coming and seated here and watching how these athletes are doing this thing. And of course, they all want to see athletes running well. Remember, these athletes ran during their time and they ran a clean race. Over to you, Charity, as you talk to Shida Leni.
Yes, I'm joined here by Shida Leni from Uganda. Shida, how has been the altitude for you? Has it affected your performance?
Yeah, actually, it's a bit humidity. So while I was warming up, I was complaining to the coach that, wow, I'm having dry throat and so on. So, but all in all, it has paid me to run a seasonal best, so I'm so glad of that. Yeah.
So far, your preparation for the Olympics, how has it been for you? Today you've clocked here 52.
Preparation for this Olympics, it has not been an easy thing, because since we in Uganda, we don't have a track at the moment. We tend to train, I'm a 400-meter runner, but I tend to train on a marathon often, so just come here to run and I see what I can do. But I'm so glad the hard work is also paying back. So wait and see what comes after this. Yeah.
Would you? How difficult has it been? For you, what would you like mostly to be done so for you to make it easy for you to train and qualify for the Olympics?
I think apparently I need to work more on my speed. Yeah, if I want to run faster than this. Yeah.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you too.
That was Shida Leni from Uganda. She's saying that it's been quite a journey for her trying to qualify for the Paris Olympics with Uganda unfortunately having no certified track, and also a track that they can be able to use for training. And we're hoping her all the best. We're wishing her all the best. This trial we've been having the team from South Sudan. We also have athletes from Tanzania. We're expecting the Botswana team to land today. We're hoping to find more and more excitement in the races that are coming up, and we're looking forward to an exciting program as we continue with the semi-finals. Over to you, Greg and Rotich.
Thank you, Charity. That was, as you were doing the interview, that was Kemboy being acknowledged by the fans, Ezekiel Kemboy. If you can remember Ezekiel Kemboy, the dancer who could finish the race and, of course, start dancing at the finish line after winning gold. Talking about Shida Leni, I think she touched on the event, on the need for. They don't have a track where they can run because it's under renovation. So I think this is an African problem. Well, meanwhile, the second semi-final, 400 meters. Lane 3, Mace Faith Mora. Lane 4, Maureen Thomas. Lane 5, Mercy Chebet. Lane 6, Gladys Mumbe. Lane 7, Mercy Adija.
And we are ready for the second semi-final in the 400 meters. Faith Moram, Maureen Nyatiti Thomas, Mercy Chebet, Gladys Mumbe, and Mercy Adija. Watch out for Thomas in lane number 4, Mercy Chebet in lane number 5. And off they go smoothly. That is Mercy Chebet coming in smoothly, but then Nyatiti is really struggling at the moment. But then, oh, Gladys Mumbe, she comes out very, very strongly. Mercy Chebet, as she usually does, steaming away. Quite a grimace in her face, but then watch out for Nyatiti Thomas, currently in 3rd place. And it is all about Chebet now. Will she hang in there to claim victory? Nyatiti Thomas also coming in smoothly onto the bend. It is Mercy Chebet and Maureen Thomas. Let's wait and see who has the final say. But then Mercy Chebet decides, I'm taking this one home. It is Mercy Chebet steaming to victory in this 400 meter semi-final number 2. Maureen will settle for second, but it is 52.49. Mercy Chebet claiming victory in that one, just ahead of Maureen Nyatiti Thomas. And of course, the final will be really, really interesting, Bernard.
It will be interesting. It will be interesting. I told you the second semi-final will look fast. It will be fast, of course. Looking at how Mercy Chebet is doing, she's a really good athlete. That, of course, we are going back to what we say, that there's a small fine-tuning, and she'll be able to run even 50 or below 50. I think we need to see how these athletes can train in a different area and see if this will bring changes. You know, Mercy used to run 100 and 200, and maybe going forward, the coaches decided to transit her to 400 meters, which is a good thing for a sprinter to grow. And she's really doing very well in 400 meters.
Mercy Chebet, winner of the second semi-final. She looks really confident. Mercy Chebet, 51.71 is her season's best. But straight away we go to the men's semi-final. Kun Warliem of ART in lane number 2, Elkana Kiproti Chemilil in lane number 3, Brian Onyari Tinega in lane number 4, Kevin Sane Tauta in lane number 5, Kelvin Kiprotich Tanu in lane number 6, and that is Mercy Chebet. As she claimed victory, Maureen Nyatiche Thomas, who started really badly, tried to catch up, but it was all about who was going to have more endurance towards the end of that 400 meters, and that is how it went. Maureen trying so hard to catch up with Mercy Chebet, who looked really, really strong, and that is how it went down in the second semi-final of the 400 meters. Could see Mercy Chebet really strong, being urged by the fans to go for it, go and finish in style. Maureen Nyatiti Thomas coming in and trying so hard to catch up with Mercy Chebet. But it was all about running against time. And on my far left, I can see former Olympic champion, former world champion, Ezekiel Kemboi, having a jig. Remember, he retired after the 2016 Olympics, and he's here to cheer his former teammates, if I might call it, as we are ready for the 400 meters. And, of course, Ezekiel Kemboi gave us memories in London, gave us memories in Rio, with his favorite dance, the song called Emily Chepchumba. Such a nice song, and of course is here today as a fan and a mentor to this talented group of athletes. But we are getting ready for the 400 meters semi-finals. Missing is lane number 2, that is Kunwan William of ART, but we'll have Elkana Kiprotich in lane number 3. We'll have Brian Tinega Onyari in lane number 4, Kevin Sane Tauta in lane number 5, Kelvin Kiprotich in lane number 6, Collins Omae Gichana in lane number 7, and Joshua Wanyonyi in lane number 8. And off you go, the 400 meters. And look at the way this man, Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui, came off the blocks. And he is currently showing the rest of the field how it is done. Collins Omai also trying to run from the outside in lane number 7. And Joshua Wanyonyi now struggling a little bit as they head towards the bend. And it is Kelvin Kiprotich Tonui currently in the lead. He's coming in really, really strongly. And then, but watch out for Brian Tinega also coming in lane number 4. But then it is Kevin Kiprotich Tonui steaming away to victory. Will he hang on there? It is Kevin Kiprotich Tonui who will come in to claim victory in a time of 45.74. Kevin Kiprotich representing Kenya Prisons on national level, but earning a ticket to the final of the 400 meters.
Yeah, the race for me looked fast, and of course we are waiting to see what will unravel at the finals, what will happen at the finals, and maybe he needs to do some fine-tuning in his last lap, in his last few meters, because that is where he slowed down. But of course, he's capable of getting the qualification mark of 45. That is the 45.00 qualification mark. And to the second semi-final, we have the second semi-final. We have Buom Worth from South Sudan, Geoffrey Chanwengo from Uganda, Mutua Emmanuel from Kenya, Kevin Kipkorir, Boniface Ontuga Mweresa, Nathaniel Kipngetich, Eric Kimathi, and Alan Kipiego. I think also this second semi-final will be super fast, and might be faster even than the first semi-final. And of course, we have another semi-final, the third semi-final, where you have some of the top athletes also in this 400 meters race.
And that is Kevin Kiprotich Tonui. Clear from the rest of the pack, like clear and daylight, but it was a battle between the second, third, and fourth, with Kevin Tauta just ensuring that he edged the rest to claim second. We'll be getting the official results in a bit, but we are ready for the second semi-final. And are scheduled in lane number 1, Buom Buor Duoth of South Sudan, Godfrey Chamweno of Uganda in lane number 2, Emmanuel Mutua in lane number 3, Kelvin Kipkorir in lane number 4, Boniface Mweresa in lane number 5, Nathaniel Kipngetich in lane number 6, Eric Kimathi in lane number 7, and Alan Kipiego in lane number 8. So it's a complete field here in the 400-meter semi-final number 2, with the two athletes with one athlete from Uganda, the other from South Sudan, and the rest from Kenya.
And of course, a senior officer of the Kenya Prison Service, Deputy Commissioner of Prisons and the Kenya Prison Service, former world record holder and the winner of the World Athletics Championship.
As they get ready for the start of the second semi-final. Remember, after this, we'll have the third semi-final, the 400 meters, before ushering in the 800 meters women final, which will be the last event of the day. And if you are joining us, remember, we are live from the Nyayo National Stadium, bringing you day one of action for the Kenyan trials for Paris 2024 Olympics.
The winner of Boston 4 times, Asante, and 2 times silver medalist Olympics, and also 2 times world champion. I think that is the title she has won for the country. Deputy Commissioner of Prisons, Asante.
As the track judges ensure that everything is in order before the start of the storm, the 400-meter semi-final number 2, a race that has high expectations, and of course just confirming the final details before we get down to business here at the Nyayo National Stadium. Opened for just this one, the athletics trials for the 2024 Olympics. Afterwards it will be closed for renovations. We've seen a few adjustments here. And we are ready for the start of the 400 meters men final, semi-final number 2. Buor Duoth of South Sudan, Godfrey Chamweno, Emmanuel Mutua, Kelvin Kipkorir, Boniface Mweresa, Nathaniel Kipngetich, and Eric Kimathi.
Leni ya pili, Godfrey Chemwengo kutoka Uganda. Leni ya tatu, Emmanuel Mutua, Kenya. Leni ya nne, Kevin Kipkorir, Kenya. Leni ya tano, Boniface Otunga Mweresa, Kenya. Leni ya sita, Nathaniel Kipngetich, Kenya. Nafasi ya saba, Eric Kimathi, Kenya. Na nafasi ya nane, Alan Kipiego, Kenya. Tunawatakia kila la heri.
And of course, the 45.00 is the standard qualification time of this 400 meters. And you look at this lineup, Boniface Otunga Mweresa 45.64, and also Kevin Kipkorir. Watch out for this young man who's running in lane number 4. So the 400 meter semi-final number 2. And off they go. And Boniface Mueresa and Kevin Kipkorir already showing us signs of what to expect, and that is Boniface Mueresa heading into the last 200. And it is Mueresa currently taking the lead, Kevin Kipkorir currently in second. And of course, you look at the likes of Godfrey Changwen and Buor Duot of South Sudan struggling to keep up pace. But that is Boniface Mueresa, the man from KDF, showing what he's been doing in the nationals, now coming to show us what he can do here in the national trials for the Olympics. He's teaming away from the race. Just coming in, Kevin Kipkorir trying to come up really, really well. But then it is Mueresa versus Kevin Kipkorir. It's going to be a huge battle. Mueresa just being edged out, 45.74. Kevin Kipkorir came in with the fastest time, comes to claim this one just ahead of Boniface Mueresa, who had a very good start to this race.
I think he had a very good finishing, because actually those were the last few meters that he decided to add an extra energy so that he can make it and win the race. So this, I told you, it will be an interesting race, and of course we shall have a look at the recap and see what will unfold. It was actually the last few meters that he decided to go for it.
Kevin Kipkorir from North Rift winning this one. He really had to work his socks off to claim victory here. Look at Boniface Mueresa. He was clear like daylight heading into the 100, but then look at the resilience of Kevin Kipkorir. He came in as the fastest man, 45.25 coming into this one, but then Boniface Mueresa seemed to have just started grimacing just after the 50-meter mark. And that is where Kevin Kipkorir saw an opportunity. Look at how he buzzed and came in to steam away from Mueresa to claim victory in this one. Look at that. Mueresa was like, oh my, how did I let this one go? And that is it. Tomorrow's final will be fireworks, and we have one more final in the 400 meters where we have the likes of Yed Juk, Ayul of South Sudan, Roger Souma, Kevin Sayanek Kipirante, Zablon Ekwam, Kennedy Kimeo Mutoka, Erastus Mbaluka, and Danson Kibet. But that is the man of the moment. That is Kevin Kipkorir, winner of semi-final number 2 in the 400 meters. And Boniface Mueresa still can't believe what he saw from this young man, Kevin Kipkorir. Of course, you look at that. Boniface Mueresa knew that he had already taken this one, but then Kevin Kipkorir telling them, oh, wait, we are here, and of course, we are here, and we know that this is what it takes to qualify for the Paris Olympics, and he knows the effort that has been put. Tomorrow's final might be something else might happen, because you look at the way they've lined up, it's not going to be easy for anyone. There is no favorite, because you look at the field, the likes of Colin Somai didn't even make it past the semi-final. But then the third and final hit of these 400 meters semi-finals, and look out for Yedjojik Akuil Ayul, Rogers Ouma, Sayanek, Ekwam, Kimeu, Erastus Maluka, and Danson Kibet. But first of all, we got an interview with Boniface Mueresa.
Well, as we wait for Charity, maybe the third and last semi-final is... Okay, over to you, Charity.
Mueresa, you've really worked hard to qualify for the Olympics. How does it feel for you?
It's been a tough journey, but we still have hopes. We have another round, so we'll see what's coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow, what's going to be your approach?
I think I will go back. We sit with the coach and see where we made a mistake, and see the execution we will have tomorrow. Yeah.
Marisa, you've had races outside the country. So far, what have you picked from the races?
I can say there's more experience. I've got race sharpness. So the only thing we are remaining with is just execution and getting better times. Yeah.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Welcome.
I'm also joined by Kevin Kipkorir. Stand over here. Kevin, you're just 0.74 seconds away from qualifying for the Olympics. How does it feel for you?
Ni microseconds si rahisi pia, lakini tutajaribu kesho tuone vile itakuwa. Siwezi nikasema, wacha kesho ifike alafu tuone vile itakuwa.
Na safari yako ya kujitayarisha imekuwa vipi? Kwa sababu tumekuona vile season ikianza, vile umekuja ukiendelea kuprogress. Safari imekuwa vipi?
Nashukuru Mungu ameniweka vizuri, at least na improve by kila wakati, na at least kuna improvement. Nashukuru.
All the best and congratulations.
Asante.
That was Boniface Mwereza and Kelvin Kipkorir. After finishing the semi-final for the 400, Kelvin has just missed the qualifying mark by a few milliseconds, and he's hoping that tomorrow you'll be able to seal and make it for Team Kenya for the Paris. Over to you, Greg and Rotich, as we move to the next race.
It's the third semi-final of the 400 meters happening here at the Nyayo National Stadium, and off we go smoothly. And watch out for David Saneki Pirant in lane number 4, Zablon Ekwam in lane number 5. Really, really interesting. And Erastus Mbaluka, Danson Quebec, Roger Souma, Kennedy Kimeo Mutoki. And that is Kimeo Mudoki currently trying to see if he can negotiate that bend nicely as they come towards the bend. It is Erastus Baluka in the lead, but then watch out for David Saneki Pirante now making sure that his team's away from the legs. And it is David Kipirante coming home. It's David Kipirante. What will be the time? 45.58. Just about missing out, but he has room for improvement. But David Kipirante finishing just ahead of Zablon Ekwam. And that signals the end of the 400 meters semifinals. We had 3 heats in this one, and we have the main one coming up in a bit. It will be the 800 meters women final, and the lineup is rich. Mr. Bernard Rotich, you are looking forward to this one. Mary Mora promised us an under 156 this year. Is she gonna make it?
She might make it because, as you said, the season is competitive. You've seen an athlete who has run 155. And for that makes Mora the second best this season, having run 156. So I think we are going to see better times, especially from these athletes. Of course, now we've seen also technology has really changed in terms of the running shoes. So let's always expect faster times in these races. And of course, athletes are really training hard. And I want to see what will happen in the 800 meters. There are new upcoming athletes. Talk of Vivian Chebet. Vivian Chebet actually has been training so well. She trains in Etienne Eldoret. We have Naomi Korir, Mary Mora, of course, Perina Lokure, Nakang, a little bit. She has, of course, I think she is representing refugees. And then, of course, Naomi Glorious Chepchumba also trains in Iten. So we expect a good race here, but we have to wait and see how they'll perform. I'll be interested to see how Sarah Mora will be doing.
Of course, we'll be waiting to see what they're capable of doing. They're already on the track as we witness what Mr. Kipirante did in the last semi-final, just finishing ahead of Zablon Ekwam. And we are ready for the last event of the day, the 800 meters women final. 2 laps of this one. Vivian Chebet, Mary Moran, Naomi Korir, Lilian Odira, the national champion, won it at the Ulinzi Complex. Penina Lokure Nakang of ART, Mweni Kamili Kalimi, Sylvia Chemutai Chasebe, and Namugloria Stepchumba.
Those are the participants lined up with 800 meters finals this evening. So once again, let's remain silent.
Ready for the 800 meters, 2 laps of this one. And Mary Mora, of course, coming in 156.71, her season best. And off we go. Watch out for Naomi Correa and Lilian Odira, the national champion, over the distance. And Mary Mora, in her typical fashion, hit the front early. Lilian Odira, the national champion, knows that she also has a chance to make it to Paris. So this is a final like no other. And Mary Mora sets the pace in this one. Your expectations, Bernard?
Of course, as you can see, she's on the lead. And as I said earlier, she has the second best time this season. She has run 156. And of course, when she ran the Diamond League, she saw there was a surprise from the Great Britain athlete who managed to run 155. That is Kelly Hodgkinson. So now Moran knows that she has to run well and tactically when she heads to the Olympics. But of course, she has to make the team today. She is now controlling the race in the first. She has crossed with 58 in the first lap, and then now you'll see the reaction of athletes, how they will perform. And of course, we have the athletes from South Africa. Prudence has also been running so well. She was here in Nairobi for the World Under 20, and of course, she has transited to the senior level, and she's doing well. Mora is still taking the lead there.
And of course, Mora and of course Odira fighting it out as they head towards the bend, which is very hard to negotiate. But then watch out for Sarah Mora, trailing her sister that, wait, I've been here also. I want to be heard. It is a battle between the Moras. And of course, watch out for the likes of Sylvia Chemutai Chebet. But then it's Sarah Mora and Mary Mora battling it for 1 and 2. And it is Lilian Odira, the national champion, coming home and claiming victory ahead of the two Moras. Wow! Lilian Odira, the national champion, showing us that whatever she did at the Ulinzi Complex wasn't a fluke. She's come here, won the trials ahead of the two Moras.
And I think the two Moras really helped her because the smaller Mora reacted, was the first to react. And then, of course, the elder sister was following her up. And then, of course, now Lilian Odira had to run a tactical race and, of course, win at the last minute, at the last second at the finish line.
As you can see, Mary Mora was in cruise control of this one. She knew she had the experience. She knew what it takes, but then just took her eyes off Lilian Odira, who is the national champion in the 800 meters. Lilian Odira from the inside, saw that there was no opportunity on the inside, watched from the outside. She looked at where the likes of Vivian were, and then watch out for Sarah Mora. coming from the outside, hitting the front, and Mary Mora was in a very relaxed mode when it reached this point, and then they took that bend towards the last 200 meters. Lilian Odira wasn't even in the picture. Look at her in 5th place. Nobody knew that she was going to come, but look at her long stride. She decided, man, let me take this one on the bull by the horns, and you can see Sarah Mora was already reaching. And then Lilian deciding to come from the outside. She knew she had a chance from the outside. Nobody noticed her. Not even Sarah Mora noticed her. Not even Mary Mora noticed her. Not even the likes of Namgorish Depchumba noticed her. Everyone was grimacing, focusing on Mary Mora and Sarah Mora. And then watch out for the national champion, Lilian Odira. She's not yet in the picture. Into the last 50 meters, she's nowhere. But then watch out. Sarah Mora knew that I got this one. Mary Mora knew that she had already attained the qualification time. But there comes Lilian Odira from the outside, claiming victory in a very spectacular way, beating the two Moras on the tape to claim victory, 159.28. And as we see the Moras still celebrating in there. Tomorrow will be another day where we'll bring you plenty of action, including the 3,000 meters men steeplechase final. This is a race that will be looking keenly at who wants to dethrone the likes of El Bakali from being called the national Olympic, the world Olympic, rather the Olympic champion. But look at how the crowd is gathering. Look at the way everyone was excited about coming back to the Nyayo National Stadium, because this is a facility that is well respected, a facility that has actually made us feel the good things about athletics. And you can see Mary Mora, she's a star, she knows it. And looking at how they've performed, I'm not sure if we're going to get them for the interviews, and if at all we get them for the interviews, they will be glad to hear what she has to say about qualifying together with her sister Sarah to the Paris 2024 Olympics. Lilian Odira, of course, showing us that she didn't just win the national championship by fluke. Of course, people were questioning the times that Lilian Odira posted at the national championship. She came here in a time of 2 minutes and 0.00 seconds, but then we had what it takes. She had what it takes to do what? To claim victory in these trials and, of course, book that ticket to the Paris 2024 Olympics. But then I'll be handing you over to Charity, who will be speaking to Sarah Mora, who came in second in the 800 meters. And looking at the way they actually embraced each other, it was such a beautiful scene. She's already talked highly of her younger sister. Maybe they call her cousin, but then you look at how she's been mentoring the younger Mora. It's something that is very, very interesting.
So
but
your sister is in
I believe that Charity is with Mary
race.
Mora on the other side. Charity, take it away.
And it was our plan with me and my sister. I wanted to pass the first 400 by 56, so that we can pass with 58. And from the last 200 meters to go, I decided to slow that down so that he can pass me and maybe he can get the qualification. And the final has run under 2, and I'm happy we are together in the team. Yeah.
So what's your plan moving forward as we go for the Olympics?
I can say right now we are going back to sharpen. Maybe somewhere we have not sharpened good, and maybe in Olympics we can do wonders.
Thank you so much. Come here to the cake.
That is Mary Mora speaking to Charity, and of course,
Sarah is over.
We'll wait to
Sarah,
hear what
you
Sarah
finally
Mora
made
has
it
to
for
say
your first
after
Olympics. How
finishing
does
third.
it feel for you?
I'm so happy, even I don't know how I can express it. Actually sikuwa expect kama ningekimbia venye nimekimbia leo. Ni Mungu tu amefanya. And actually this is my first race kukimbia under 200 na nimequalify kwenda Olympics. I will work hard on it. So what to expect more than what I have done here today. Yeah.
Mpango wenu umekuwa vipi? Vile mmekuwa training, mmekuwa mkitrain all over the season. Mmepangaje ndo kuensure that at least umefika hadi final?
Nilikuwa nimeogopa. Jojo sijaikimbia na Mary the same race. This was our first race. So jua alikuwa huko nilikuwa ni expect. Juu tumetrain na yeye. Acha nimekaa nikifollow venye hizo steps zake ziko. Lisema leo liwe liwalo. Ningefanya at least something better. Yenye inge place even coach nda apate na yeye motisha endelea to train.
Thank you so much. I'm also joined by Coach Alexan, who is the coach to Sarah Mora and Mary Mora. Coach, mpango yako strategy imekuwa vipi so far?
Yeah, mara ya kwanza tulikuwa tumepanga ikue first race. Ni vizuri na tulikuwa tumesema kwamba tunataka kwenda kama team. Na vizuri tulikuwa tumesema Mary Mora akue mbele na control third pace ikue at least a first pace. But katikati haikuwezekana kwa sababu tulikuwa tunataka 56. Haikuwezekana tukapata 58, but hiyo ni sawa pia. We were able to make that one. Sasa tulikuwa tumesema kwamba ikuwa fast pace, it will be better for her to make the team. And after 600 meters, she saw that other ladies were all wanaenda, na ndio aka make the move to lead, and then ikakuwa hivyo.
Mpango yako sasa, now that they're in the team, approach yako in the training to ensure that they are in the final and possibly bring back the medal?
Yeah, we are waiting for the panel of selectors to give us a green light, and then when we have that green light, it is possible that we can see that how best are we going to do it in the Paris Olympics. So we are doing our own best, and we will do the best.
Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That was Coach Alex Sang, is the coach to Mary Mora, the world champion, and Sarah Mora, who happens to be the sister to Mary Mora. He's been coaching the two of them throughout the season and been strategic, making plans of how they're going to make it for Team Kenya. Today we've also had a bit of a disappointment in the men's 800 meters. However, we have news for you that Wanyonyi and Collins Kipruto have been reinstated back to the race. They've all been given a yellow card, but they'll be allowed to compete tomorrow in the final. Today, thank you so much for watching us from Athletics Kenya. We are looking forward to seeing you as we for the more finals and as we name the team. Over to you, Greg and Rotich. Until tomorrow, it's goodbye.
As usual, it is a pleasure, Charity, doing very insightful interviews there. Tomorrow is another day, and of course we'll be doing the day 2 of these trials for the Olympic Games that will be held in Paris from the 26th of July to the 11th of August. And tomorrow we have the long jump at 10 a.m. We have the 5,000 meters men final, the 400 meters men final, the javelin, the 1,500 meters women final, the 400 meters men and women, the steeplechase for men and women, men final, of course, the 200 meters final, the 800 meters men and women, the 800 meters men final, the 100 meters, and of course the 4x400 meters. So that will be the end of it, and then a team will be selected to represent Kenya at the Paris 2024 Olympics. As usual, it's been great having you by from morning till this time around 4:02 p.m. In Nairobi, and of course be joining us in each and every production, and of course on behalf of each and everyone who made this a success, it's goodbye and good evening. Take care and have a lovely weekend.